Hello and welcome to Swimming Victoria's broadcast of the 2025 Mattioli Victorian Sprint Championships here at MSAC. We are underway in Event 1 for our girls 11 and under 50 metre butterfly. We have 6 heats. Heat 1 is now in the water. So big morning of action here. We're starting off with our butterfly events, and in the middle of the pool, Lan is leading through the opening 35 metres here in Heat 1 of our girls 11 years 50 metre butterfly. My name's Nick Findyson, and alongside me to start off this morning's session is Sian Whittaker. And it will be Lan who takes it at a nice time of 36.25, ahead of Jada and Chloe in third.
In the water now, we have heat 2 of 6 of our girls 11 and under 50 metre butterfly. In lane 5 there, Catalia is really taking the lead here. She's having a strong first 35 metres. Let's see if she can hold on for a great time here this morning.
Yeah, really strong first 35. Also swimming strongly out there in lane 1 is Kristen. So it's going to be between those two under the fags. And it is Catalina who takes it out ahead of Kristen and Scarlett in third. So a reminder, this is the heat session of the 2025 Mattioli Victorian Sprint Championships. So the top 10 qualifiers for each event will progress to the finals tomorrow morning, as Heat 3 are now in the water.
Really strong start there from lane 5, Grace Cox, and also out in lane 0, Talia. But coming through now under the 35 metre flag is lane 3, Kiara. Girls looking to have a really strong finish here, but it does look like it will be lane 3 if she gets her hands on the wall. 36.03 there for Kiara. Just behind her, Grace and XT Ray.
So now we're moving along to Heat 4, which is the first of our seeded heats here for the girls 11 and under 50 metre butterfly. So our last 3 heats of each event are seeded, so the top 30 athletes on entry times are spread evenly across these last 3 heats as they move through the first 15 metres nice and even, with the centre of the pool starting to extend their lead. So it is Sophie Lee in lane 4 who leads through the first 25, just ahead of Victoria in lane 3.
Very strong swimming in the middle of the pool there. Just looks like lane 4 slightly ahead at the moment, Sophie. But it will be lane 5 with the finish there. Mariella, and not far behind her, Sophie Lee.
As we now move along to Heat 5. So popping up nice and fast as the athletes on the far side of the pool. And it is Cadence and Mika that lead through that first 25. Also swimming strongly in lane 5 is Angelina Shang.
Very close between our girls in the middle of the pool here. It will come down to who can get a full stroke on the wall first. And it will be Micah 33.66, and not far behind her, Angelina 33.71. Great swim from those girls.
So I think we've had 6 swimmers under that 35-second mark across those heats so far. So these swimmers in the last heat know what they need to do if they want to give themselves a chance to make tomorrow's final, as we move on to our 6th and final heat.
And it was a great start in the middle of the pool there from lane 4, Ali Wang. She's really put half a body length on the rest of the field, which is quite a lot in a 50, so what a great start from her.
Yeah, swimming really strongly here. Our Melbourne Swimming Club athlete in lane 4. She's going to comfortably take out this last heat, but it's going to be a nice tight battle for second. It is Ellie who takes it out in a 31.88, ahead of Amber in second and Stella in third. Underway here in event 2, the boys 11 years and under 50 metre butterfly. We have 5 heats. In the water is heat 1. Just the 4 athletes in this heat, and they're all going neck and neck through the opening 25.
As we come down under the 15-metre rope, it's like lane 5 just starting to edge ahead a little bit at the moment, having a great finish here. And it will be Hai Keng who's going to touch the wall first with a great time, 39.17. Not far behind Lawrence Gow. As we now head to heat 2 of 5.
Underway here in heat 2. Flying start in the centre of the pool in lane 5 from Lewis. And he leads through this opening 25.
Also having a great swim in lane 1 over on the other far side of the pool, but it is in the middle here as well as lane 1. These boys battling out to see who can get their hands on the wall first. And it will be Louis in lane 5 and only 0.02 behind him in lane 3, Tully.
Yeah, really strong second 25 there from Tully to move up into second place as we now move along to heat 3. Staying under the water the longest is Ethan Marr in lane 4. And he used that to his advantage to pop up in the lead through the opening 15 metres.
It's our first of our 3 seeded heats here this morning for these young boys. And as you can see, there's a real battle in the middle of the pool here between about 4 or 5 of these young athletes as they head under the flags now. And it will be Ethan Marr in lane 4. And lane 5 not far behind him. Very close times here this morning. Very much see that in the 50 metres.
As we move along to heat 4. Logan in lane 0 popped up the fastest of the athletes, but leading through that first 15 metres in the centre of the pool is Jacob. And Jacob started to extend his lead through that first 25 with a nice tight battle behind him for the minor places.
Well, Jacob's led from start to finish. Let's see if he can get his hands on the wall here first. Challenging him, next to him, Henry. But it will be Jacob 33.83. Henry close second, 34.02. Great swim from those boys this morning. As we head into our final heat for the 11 and under boys, heat 5.
And just like our 11 under girls, it looks like something under the 35-second mark is what's going to be needed to qualify for tomorrow's final, as our 5th and final heat pop up from their underwater work. And in the centre of the pool, George Zeng out to a nice strong lead.
Yeah, great start there from our lane 4, George Zeng. He really put half of the body length on the rest of the field in that start, and as you can see, he is still got that lead as he heads under the flags. There are some challenges coming through though, but it will be George 33.41 and Lucas Kovac 34.00. And we will be seeing those boys back tomorrow.
Underway here in event 3, the girls 12 years 50 metre butterfly. We have 7 heats, and in the water is heat 1.
We've only got 3 athletes in this first heat. Lane 4 starting to get a bit ahead now with the under the 15-metre rope there. Very strong swimming from the 3 girls in the water. Coming home nicely as well, Matilda, but it will be Naomi 35.06, Matilda 35.66.
As we now move along to heat 2. Swimming well in lane 5 and 6 is Delta and Amelie. Those two are going nice and strongly through the first 35 metres and are leading slightly over the rest of the field. Is Delta Bacon from Melton, who leads with 5 metres to go. She led from the start, and she's going to lead all the way through this heat 2 of the girls 12 years 50 butterfly, and touches in a 34.78 with Karen in second. It's a nice strong swim there from Delta, taking off a 1.5 seconds from her personal best.
That's great for a 50.
As you move along to heat 3.
Staying underwater there was lane 4, Arabella Chapman. Really great start from her. First 25 metres, just slightly ahead, but having a great swim as well in lane 0. Millie.
But it is Arabella Chapman in the centre of the pool who is going to take heat 3 out, finishing nice and strongly as she comes underneath the flags and wins by about a body length in a 33.82 with Millie in second and Audrey in third.
as we head now to heat 4 of 7 of our 12-year girls 50-metre butterfly. And in the middle of the pool there, the 4 girls having great starts. Just ever so slightly ahead is lane 3, Raina. She's having a really strong last 25 metres. Really pulled away, and she will touch first in a time of 32.91. IVG 34.17. Rounding out heat 4 as we head through now to heat 5.
So with 7 heats on the program for our 12-year-old girls, this is our first of our seeded heats. And it is a nice even start here. Swimming well in lane 9 is Jade. Also swimming well in the centre of the pool is Jewel. Going strongly in lane 2 is Lauren. So Lauren looks like she's just ahead with 5 metres left to swim. If she can time it on the wall, she will take this heat out, but she's being strongly challenged on that final stroke. And Jewel comes in to equal Lauren in time 32.56. So equal first there in heat 5. As we move along to heat 6.
Heat 6 away and swimming now. Great start from the middle of the pool there, Amelia. And also next to her, Sophie and Zoe. Those 3 at the moment are leading the way.
It does look like that Amelia and Zoe have just snuck away from Sophie in this second 25. And Zoe's got a little bit of a lead on Amelia if she can time her finish correctly. But it is Amelia who got the better finish, touches first in a 31.18. Zoe in second and Sophie in third. So underway here in our 7th and final heat of the girls 12 years 50 butterfly, and it is the centre of the pool where the action is standing. Jemana, who is our 11 years state record holder in this event, has started to sneak ahead of the rest of the field, with Amelia and Kiara swimming strongly in second and third place. But it is Jemana who will take out this final heat in a nice strong time of 29.47. Amelia in second and Kiara in third.
And that rounds out our girls 12-year-old 50-metre butterfly as we head now to event 4, our boys 12-year-old 50-metre butterfly. We have 6 heats of this event.
This is another one of those Victorian state age group records that is held by Nicholas Grunwald, set back in 2010 at 28.17. We saw one of his records go down at the 2025 Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championships in December when Henry Allen took down his 16 years 200 metre backstroke state record. We'll see if any of the boys can get close to Nick's time today.
Heat 1 away and swimming now. 3 boys in this heat, all looking very strong at the moment. Lane 4, Finn, ever so slightly just ahead of his other 2 competitors in the water. As we come under the flags now, he's really put lengths on the other 2 competitors. And it will be Finn who touches the wall there, 35.80. Aaron, 37.43. Yardge win 39.72. Great swimming from those boys as we head now to heat number 2.
So popping up first was Pierce Wells in lane 4, but using stronger underwaters, Jonah in lane 3 is into the lead through the first 25. Also swimming really well out in lane 1 is Pala, and he's challenging for that lead at that 35-metre mark. So it is the far side of the pool that looks like is going to take this race out. Is it Pala? Is it Jonah? Is it Aaron? As they come underneath the flags, it's nice and tight between all three, but it will be Jonah who gets his hands on the wall first in a 34.41. Pala in second and Aaron in third. As we now move along to heat 3.
And it looks like it's a great start from lane 3, Owen Frawley. Looking really strong at the moment, hips coming up really high out of the water. Also having a great swim in lane 6 there, Archie Timms. And it will be Owen Frawley 33.06 and Archie Timms just not far behind him, 33.95.
Again, both of those boys taking over a second off their entry time, so nice big personal best there as we move along to heat 4. So in the centre of the pool is Archie Smith, who's off to a really strong start, and he's out to about a body length lead over the rest of the field. So Archie's really keeping that high rate going as he continues to extend out from the rest of the field. Also swimming well is Thomas O'Toole, has now moved into a clear second place, but it is all Archie who takes it out in a 29.92. Thomas in second, and Raymond gets the touch for third. On the blocks now is heat 5.
Again, lane 4 and 5 having great first 25 metres. And it's a battle between those two at the moment, Lachlan and Evan. Lachlan ever so slightly just ahead of Evan at the moment, but it is those two boys stroke for stroke. And it will be Lachlan 30.00 and Evan 30.34.
So close to going under 30 seconds for the first time there from Lachlan. He'll get another chance though. That was a strong swim. He's currently in second place with one heat to go, so you'd expect him to be back for tomorrow's final as we move on to our 6th and final heat of event for the boys 12 years 50-metre butterfly. Ethan in lane 3 getting a nice strong start, but also swimming really strongly in lane 5 is Andrew Wang. So Andrew Wang leads through that 25. Now starting to come through a little bit in lane 4 is Rain Lee, but Andrew's start and first 25 is going to help him to take out this 6th and final heat in a 29.97. Rain in second, with Douglas just touching out Ethan for third. So we're now going to move along to our 13-year-old girls for event 5. Again, the 50-metre butterfly with 7 heats. Behind the blocks is heat 1.
Away in swimming now is heat 1, 3 athletes in this first heat. Maggie Fisher in lane 4 having the better of starts, but coming through beside her, Marissa.
And we do know that the South Gippsland Bass athletes, which Maggie is one of, have put a lot of work in their starts. They all seem to be really strong in those underwater, so they've obviously been practicing that in training, and she's held that lead from the start all the way through to the finish to take out this opening heat of the girls' 13 years 50-metre butterfly. As we now move along to heat 2.
Heat 2 away and swimming now. And it was a great start from all of our athletes in the water there. Having a great swim is lane 8, Lexi Freestone. But starting to make their way through now, lane 3, Sienna.
It does look like now lane 2 and lane 7 are going to be battling this out, so it is on the touch. Natalie just ahead of Chloe, with Sanya in third. As we move along to heat 3 of our girls' 13 years 50-metre butterfly. Starting strongly in lane 1 was Estella, but it's a nice even race across the field with the centre of the pool starting to move through, with Isla James in lane 5 taking over the lead, but also swimming really strongly in lane 7 is Ruby. So Ruby leads with 6 metres to go. As we come underneath the flags, it's anyone's game. Ruby's holding on to that slight lead and is going to take this third heat out. No, it's Sophie May who just touches her out by 2/100ths of a second, with Estella in third. Shows the importance of making sure you get those hands on the wall on a full stroke in our butterfly to carry that momentum into the wall. As heat 4 is now in the water.
Staying underwater the longest there was lane 3 and 4. Leading at the moment though, lane 1, Renee Lister. She's had a great first 25 metres. See if she can hold on. Challenging her next to her, Letitia. But also having a great swim, Matilda Young in lane 9. And it will be Renee Lister, 33.04. Matilda Young, 33.36. And Emily Shen, 33.61.
That is a great thing about the 50s, especially the non-seeded heats. Action comes from everywhere as we move along to the first of our seeded heats for our 13-year-old girls, heat 5. Staying under the longest is Aria, and in lane 4, and she does pop up in the lead. Our Surrey Park athlete used all 15 metres there underwater, continues to lead through that 35 metre mark, with Millie and Megan on either side of her, challenging her with 15 to go. Really strong final 25 from Megan as she moves into the lead and takes this heat out in a 30.77. Ara in second and Millie in third.
As we head down now to heat number 6. Lane 4, Lucy Ma having a great start there. Very strong underwaters. And she's leading the pack at the moment, but coming up beside her, Zara Barr.
Will it be a repeat of the previous heat with the strong underwaters in lane 4, but the strong second 25 from lane 5. Zara's coming right up alongside Lucy. They go into touch together, but Lucy will hang on here. 31.05. Zara in second, and Ciara in lane 7 getting the touch for third. As we move along to our 7th and final heat of our girls 13 years 50 metre butterfly.
Our final heat, heat 7, away in swimming now. Close between all the girls in lanes 4 and 5. 3, 4 and 5, sorry. But it is lane 4 there, Henrietta.
Also swimming really well is Tiffany in lane 6, but it will be Henrietta who takes this final heat out. Very close for second, with Imogen just getting the touch ahead of Tiffany.
And that completes event 5, girls 13-year-old 50 metre butterfly. We now head to event number 6, our boys 13-year-old 50 metre butterfly. We have 6 heats in this event. Away in swimming now is heat 1, 3 athletes in the water. 2 of them from Geelong Swimming Club and our other athlete from South Gippsland Bass.
So these are our country kids. They're also preparing for our state countries, which is in Mildura next weekend. But it looks like George will be coming in first in a time of 34.19.
As we head now to heat number 2. Very close start from all the young boys in the water there. Good to see them all using great skills, but it does look like lane 2 and lane 3, Alexandra and Troy pulling away from the rest of the field at the moment. Coming through nicely there. Kai in lane 5, but it will be Troy 31.81. Kai Witt 32.07.
3 is now in the water. Looks like in lane 2, Samuel Nig came through first, but it looks pretty even across the pool at the moment. But lane 5, Xavier Moet, looks like it's having a good swim, and out in the outer lanes in lane 2 and 0, James Toe. And in first, it's Xavier Moet in 31.24.
Do you want to just alt? In the water now, heat 4 of 6. It's the first of our seeded heats this morning. All of these athletes trying to make the final for tomorrow. And it is lane 4 at the moment. Xavier Gray, who's having a really strong swim here. Coming under the flags, it will be Xavier in a beautiful time of 28.86. Not far behind Tom McMahon, 30.27.
And on to heat 5. Looks like Aiden Ramos is having a good swim from the middle lanes. Also behind him, Thomas Poppins. But it'll be a comfortable finish for Aiden Ramos in a time of 28.44. In second, we had Thomas Poppins in 29.74. And in third, Aston Wilson in 30.03.
As we head into our final heat of event number 6, our boys 13-year-old 50-metre butterfly. Lane 4 having a ripper start there. Also having a great swim, lane 5 at Hang Tang, but at the moment it is all Isaac in lane 4. Both very strong swimmers. And it will be Isaac 27.56, Hang Tang 28.49, and in third Austin McNaught there 30.18, rounding out our event number 6.
And on to event 7, our girls 14-year-old 50-metre butterfly. We have 8 heats in this event. In our first heat, we have 5 girls. First out of the water, we had Olivia Yang. These girls are having a good swim, but Olivia is out in front and will take out this heat, coming in at a time of 34.94. In second, we had Amelia in 35.87, and in third, Isabella in 36.20.
Away in swimming now is heat number 2. Lane 5, Michaela Pistorius having a great start there. Coming through nicely now, though, at lane 3, Rebecca Barclay. She's having a real strong last 25, as well as lane 7, Phoebe Scarf. And it will be Phoebe Scarf, 31.72. Rebecca Barclay, 32.01. And coming in third there, Michaela Pistorius.
Heat 3, getting ready on the blocks. Looks like a pretty even start across the pool. Having a good swim is out in lane 0, Tessa. Also in lane 6, Ingrid Brutig, but looks like out in lane 9, Catherine Andrews comes in a time of 33.39. Second was Ingrid in 33.42.
Heat 4 in the water now. Lanes 3, 4 and 5 having great starts there. All 3 girls looking very strong. At the moment it looks to be lane 4 ever so slightly ahead, but coming through nicely. It's going to be on the touch here. Lane 5, 33.34, Micah, and coming in second, all the way in lane 9, Emily overall there.
Got heat 5 in the water. We also have 2 visitors in this heat. Alexandra from Albury and Brady from Cradle Coast Aquatic. Having a good start are the outer lanes, Taryn and Leona out in lanes 0 and 1. But also in lane 7, Evelyn Selby coming in first in a time of 31.68. Second we had Lily Goodman in 32.15. And in third, Leona in 32.71.
Heat 6, our first of our seeded heats here this morning for our girls 14-year-old butterfly. Lanes 3 and 4 looking at the strongest at the moment. Lane 4, Madeline Harvey finishing very strongly here, as well as lane 7, Ella Weber. And it will be Madeline Harvey 30.06, Ella Weber 30.72, and rounding out Zara 31.01.
On to our second last heat for this event. And out first, we had in lane 4, Karma Famey in lane 4. Looks like Phoebe Balcombe is having a good swim out in lane 3. So it depends on the touch. But it is Phoebe in first in 30.00. In second, Asia in 30.27.
Heat 8 in the water now, our final heat of event 7. Lane 4 having the best of starts there. Zara Jeffrey. And she's looking really strong at the moment, but just ever so slightly behind her, Mary Steele in lane 3. Zara really pulling away from the field now, and it will be Zara. 28.58. Mary Steele 30.5 and Henna 30.70, rounding out event 7.
Our next event is event 8, the boys 14-year-old 50-metre butterfly. We will have 7 heats in this event. Heat 1 on the blocks, we have 5 boys. And out in first was Lyndon Chaplin in lane 6. Looks like we also have a swimmer in a lane 8. For the boys, it will be Aston out of lane 2 in a time of 31.42. And in second, Lyndon in 32.49, and in third we had Thomas in 32.80.
Heat 2 in the water now. Great start from all the young boys across the field. It does seem lane 5, Ayan, just ever so slightly ahead of the rest of the field. Lane 2, Daniel Wilkie also having a great swim. Ayan, those getting their hands on the wall first, 30.29. Coming in second there, Daniel Wilkie. Rounding out heat 2.
Heat 3 is in the water. Having a good start is out in lane 0, Jeremy Watson from DVE Aquatics. But come in the middle lanes in lane 6, Michael Fan, and out in lane 9, Hayden Wilson in a time of 30.00. And that rounds out heat 3.
as we head now to heat number 4. Staying underwater the longest there was lane 5. Lane 2, the far side of the pool, Oliver Callio swimming really strongly as they come under the flags. Ko just ever so slightly coming back at him, but it will be Oliver Callio 29.26, Ko 29.62, and Sydney Bartlett 29.77, rounding out heat number 4.
Now on to heat 5. The first of our seeded heats. Having a good, strong start are our middle lanes. Julian and Leo into lane 4 and 5. It's a race between them two. It does look like Leo is having best finish in a time of 27.59. Julian in 27.96, and in third, Louis in 28.83.
Heat 6 away in swimming. And it's the boys in the middle of the pool there, all together. At the moment, lane 2, Christopher Lee just slightly ahead of lane 4, Harry McCraw. Does look like Harry is going to have the better of the finishes there, 27.50. Christopher 28.37, and Archer Marsland 28.52.
And on to our last heat for this event, heat 7. Staying down the longest was William Chow, lane 4. Seems to be pretty even across the middle lanes. It's anybody's race here. But it does look like Gabriel Wong will touch in at first in 27.93. Second we had William Chow in 28.4.
Great swim from our first of 8 heats.
And heat 2 is now in the water. Looks like a lane 4, Sasha Reedy came out in first. Having a good swim is lane 3, Talia, the Cuban. And she will comfortably finish in first, but there may be a race for second and third for this heat. Talia comes in a time of 39.62. Second out in lane 9 is Alicia Quinn in 40.44, and in third, Charlotte in 40.66 out in lane 8.
Heat 3 away in swimming now. Great to see a couple of 9-year-olds in lane 0 and 1 racing here today. They're now 11 and under against girls a couple of years older than them. And it's a very even field at the moment. Lane 3, Isabella McDonnell ever so slightly ahead, but it is stroke for stroke here from lane 0 all the way to 6. So we'll see who can get their hand on the wall first here. And it will be Emma Libbets in lane 5, 40.52. Elena Zhang, 40.78. And Lauren Son, 40.84.
To heat 4. We have also a visitor from North Albury in lane 2. Having a good swim is out from lane 4, Annabelle Bartlett. Also contesting her is in lane 9, Emily Frater. And in first it is Annabelle in 39.14, cracking that 40 mark. And Emily Frater in lane 9 in second, 39.18.
Heat 5 in the water now. Staying under the longest there was lane 4, capitalising on her underwaters. Some very close racing here from our 11 and under girls. It does seem at the moment lane 5, Miette Zhao, just ever so slightly ahead of the girls next to her. Jun Qing as well as Mia. But it will be in lane 8, a Winter Rose. And then in the second there, Jun Qing.
On to heat 6. First of our seeded heats. Having a good start was from lane 4, Claire Zhang. She is leading this race, but out in lane 0, Ali Wang from Melbourne Swimming Club is also having a good swim. It's stroke for stroke at the moment. So comfortably finishing in first, we have Claire Zhang in at 36.21. In second, we had Sadia Zhao in 37.32, and in third, Ali Wang in 37.51.
As we move it through to heat 7. And it was a great start from all the girls in the water. Very even across the pool at the moment. Stroking really fast there in lane 4, Erin Sun. Her stroke rate significantly higher than the rest of the field at the moment. That's what's put her ahead. Next to her, Amber Liu. Both girls having great swims. 35.84 there from Erin, 36.47 Amber. And then in lane 6, Alexis Hansen rounding out heat number 7.
And on to our last heat, heat 8 of event 22. Having a good start, but out in first we had a lane 7, Kiara Callister. But it does look like the race is between our middle lanes. And comfortably in front we have Victoria Dang from Melbourne Swimming Club coming in first in a time of 34.52. In second we had Cadence in a time of 35.11, and in third Erin Paris in 36.07. And that concludes event 22. It's all right.
So now we're moving on to event 23, the boys 11 and under 50 metre backstroke. We have 6 heats. In the water is heat 1. So swimming strongly in lane 5 is Lewis, and Lewis will lead through the first 25. Also going well alongside him is Aaron. So it's the centre of the pool that is starting off nice and strongly here in heat 1, as we've got 15 metres left to swim, and it's Zachary over in lane 0 who's also challenging. Coming through in lane 3 is Xander, and also swimming nicely down in lane 8 is Evan. And on the touch, it will be Evan in a 40.28, Zachary in second, and Xander in third. As we now move along to heat 2. Yeah, looks like Charlie over in lane 0 there swimming really well, and also swimming nicely down in lane 9 is Cooper Johnson. So those two are going to be first and second with 5 minutes to go. Charlie just hit the lane rope, so it does look like Cooper Johnson's going to come through and take this second heat out in a 38.73. Charlie in second and Samuel in third. As as we move along to heat 3.
It's lane 5, Mana Army. And it is our middle lanes that are leading this heat. But it does look pretty even across 4 lanes, so it's anybody's race. Coming in first in the same time was Maya and Jemana in at 33.63. And in the second we had Amy, our visitor, in 34.33.
As we move on to our 8th and final heat of event 24, the girls 12 years 50 metre backstroke. In lane 4, Zoe off to a really good start. Nice clean entry. Fingertips in first, rest of the body following through that same hole in the water. She's going strongly through this first 25 with Kiara Delaney. Those two are clear from the rest of the field with 15 metres left to swim in this 8th and final heat of the girls' 50 metre backstroke. Both of them got that nice high stroke rate going, and Zoe starts to extend her lead in the last 5 metres to take it out to 32.61. Kiara in second, and Ali Lamb over in lane 1 in third.
And that concludes event 24. And we're on to event 25, the boys 12-year-old 50 metre backstroke. We will have 6 heats in this event.
This is another one of our Victorian age group records that was set by Nicholas Cronwalt in 2010 of a 28.91. It's a very speedy swim by Nick back then. If any boys get under 30 seconds, I'll be impressed. So if anyone gets within a second of that state age record, it'll be a very good swim.
Looks like Colin Chan had a good start leading this pack. But challenging him is Aaron Aguan in a lane 3. But it does look like Colin will coming first in this heat in a time. Oh no, Aaron touched him out. So Aaron finishes in a time of 38.21. Pierce comes in second in 39.39 and Cohen in 40.17.
As we now move along to heat 2. Emerging first in lane 3 was Nate Anderson. Popped up first, but leading through that first 15 metres was Jason Wang in lane 5. And now starting to make a move in this between those two is Caden. So the first 3 athletes are in the centre of the pool, but also swimming well in lane 1 is Owen Frawley. So Owen's now challenging for that minor places, but it is all Nate who takes heat 2 out in 36.61. Jason in second and Owen in third.
to heat 3. It's now in the water. So first out of the water was lane 3 and Jack Hocking. But having a good swim is out in lane 4, Lachlan Bull. Nice clean stroke. He'll comfortably finish first in this heat. And there'll be, so he'll finish in a time of 33.32. In second we have lane 5, but I don't think that was correct. But anyways, lane 2 came in second to 37.13, and we move on to heat 4.
Yeah, so clearly Lachlan Bull hadn't swum a 50-metre backstroke event for a while. We saw him performing very well at the 2025 Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championships in December. And just knocking out a 5-second PB there in heat 3 as we move on to our seeded heats with heat 4 underway. And it is the centre of the pool with Rain Lee, who leads through the opening 25. Also swimming well is Andrew Wang. And Sean Wang in lane 6 is trying to go with Andrew on his inside. But it is Rain who leads through the first 35 metres. He's got 3/4 body length on Andrew and Sean. And so Rain will take heat 4 out in 33.93. Andrew getting a touch ahead of Sean for second.
Moving on to heat 5, the second last heat for this event. And last out of the water was lane 4, Ethan Carr. Having a good swim is Ethan, and he will take out this heat, but there's battle for second and third. And Ethan will come in at a time of 33.02. In second we had William in 34.26, and in third Lincoln Hall in 34.78. Moving on to heat 6 and our final heat.
And Archie Smith in lane 4 leads through that first 15 metres as a number of those South Gippsland Bath athletes strong on the underwaters as now continues to extend his lead in the swimming portion here in our final heat of boys 12 years 50-metre backstroke, and touches out in a swift 29.96. We did get someone under the 30-second barrier. Well done, Archie. Douglas in second and Xander in third. So Archie swimming a personal best there, breaking that 30-second barrier for the first time in the 12 years boys 50-metre backstroke. As we now move along to event 26, the girls 13 years 50-metre backstroke. We have 8 heats behind the blocks as heat 1. Our Victorian age group record stands at a 30.49, set back in 2005 by none other than Grace Lowe. Grace went on to represent Australia at World Short Course Championships when we had two great Victorians, Grace Lowe and Rachel Go, representing Australia in the backstroke events at those World Short Course titles.
And heat 1 is off and racing. Last out the water was Sanaya in lane 4. But it does look like it's a battle between lane 2 and 3. Coming in strong is Sanaya, but it is Naomi coming in first in a time of 36.49. In second we had Laura in 36.66, and in third was Sanaya in 36.70.
As we now move along to heat 2 of our girls 13 years, 50-metre backstroke. Just settling down there on the start. Our 2025 Victorian Sprint Championships are brought to us by Mattioli, Swim Victoria's major partner and a leader in pools and refurbishment of pools. So any needs you have relating to upkeep, building of pools, make sure you check out Mattioli as we are underway here in heat 2 of the girls 13 years 50-metre backstroke, and it is a nice even start across the field. Slightly in the lead through the 25 metres mark is Miller, but it's only a slight lead over the rest of the field. So Miller's holding that slight lead with 10 metres left to swim. Moving into second place is Evelyn in lane 2, with Amelia challenging as well in lane 3, but it will be Miller who leads from start to finish in a 36.21. Evelyn in second and Amelia in third.
Heat 3 now getting in the water. And the last to surface was India Condon in lane 4. First 25 looks like it's pretty even across the pool. But out in lane 0, Ella Tamaki is having a good swim, but India Condon is also, no, but in lane 8, Lisa Lau came in time at 36.00. In second we had India in 36.11, and in third we had Eve.
As we now have heat 4 in the water. Nice even start across the field. Within lane 4, Sienna starting to just pull away slightly through that first 25, but now really strong middle 25 coming from lane 6 from Ava. And Ava Coombs has taken over the lead and also going with her and coming over the top of her in this final 25 is Elvie. So Elvie will take this 4th heat out in a 35.20. Ava in 2nd and Elizabeth in 3rd. Really strong swim there from Elvie, taking off over 2 seconds from her entry time.
On to heat 5. A lot of the girls staying underwater for a good 10 metres. First 25 was a pretty even, but out in the outer lanes we have Miller leading the race, but it might be a battle for first. Lane 3, Matilda Draper in a time of 35.89. In 2nd, Vivian, 36.34. And in 3rd, we had Miller in 36.62.
Yeah, really strong last 15 metres there from Matilda to take out that 5th heat as we now move along to the first of our seeded heats for our girls 13 years, 50 metre backstroke, heat 6. Expect Tiffany in the centre of the pool to get off to a nice strong start. She's always really good on those underwaters. And she does pop up in the lead here through the first 15 metres. So she leads at that 25 metre mark from Ruby Moore in lane 3 and Astrid Buchanan in lane 5. So the centre of the pool is slightly ahead with Tiffany 3/4 of the body length ahead of Ruby. That battle for 3rd is getting tight now with Elsa Wang moving into 3rd place, but it is all Tiffany in 32.46, Ruby in 2nd, Elsa in 3rd.
And on to heat 7, our second last heat. Having a very good start is Henrietta in lane 4. And she has led from a start to end, extending her lead. She comes in a time of 31.06. In 2nd, Lucy Ma, 32.81. And in 3rd, Zara Barr at 33.66.
As we now move along to our 8th and final heat of our girls 13 years 50 metre backstroke. Staying under the longest was Aria in lane 5, but coming up in the lead was Megan Lee in lane 4. So Megan leads through the first 25 ahead of Aria with Matilda in 3rd. So the action is on this near side of the pool in our 8th and final heat, but it is all Megan, who's a body length clear with 5 metres left to swim and takes this heat out in a swift 31.67. Matilda in 2nd and Aria in 3rd. as we now move along to event 27, the boys 13 years, 50-metre backstroke. We have 5 heats, and in the water, or behind the blocks, is the first of our 5 heats. Our Victorian age group record sits at a 27.88 set in 2018 by Stone Ma from Northwest Aquatic. And we are underway here in Heat 1 of event 27, the boys 13 years, 50-metre backstroke. Starting strongly in the centre of the pool from our Swimland Swim Club is Christopher, and he does lead through the first 25 metres. So Chris has maintained his lead over Joshua, and those two are going to battle for this heat win in this opening heat of event 27. And it is Chris who takes it out in a nice 35.17, Joshua in second and Kevin in third. Nice little nearly 2-second PB there from Christopher in the opening heat of our boys 13 years 50-metre backstroke. As Sian Whittaker has rejoined us.
Just in time for some fast swimming from these young 13-year-old boys. As Heat 2 enters the water now. Some really strong underwaters there from lane 5, Jaden Tran. But it is a blanket field at the moment. Having a strong swim over in lane 1, Patrick Whitwood. And next to him in lane 2, Alexander Jin. As we come down to the wall, it will be Alexander 34.56, Fletcher Davies 34.91, and Patrick Whitwood 35.00.
So heat 3 is in the water and underway. We are already into the seeded heat action here for our 13-year-old boys. And it is the centre of the pool in lane 3 and 5 with Ashton and Rex where the action is at. So Rex has now extended his lead with 15 metres to go, and he's going to comfortably take out heat 3. The battle is tightening up for second, but it is all Rex in 31.78. Ashton just holds on to second place ahead of Angus Goodison in lane 2.
As we head down now to heat number 4. A couple of our swimmers here looking to go into those 30 points, maybe breaking that 30. As well as battling it out for our final tomorrow morning. And it is in the middle of the pool, lane 4, Chris Zhu, and in lane 3, Hantang Wang, who have had the better of starts across the field. Fast stroke rates from both of those boys, and also having a good swim out in lane 1, Oscar Magalotti. But it is the middle of the pool here, lane 4. 30.58 from Chris Stew, Hang Tang Wang 31.50, and coming in third there, Daniel Collins 31.77.
As we now move to our fifth and final heat of our boys 13 years 50 metre backstroke here at the 2025 Mattioli Victorian Sprint Championships. Super quick off the start there from Aiden Ramos in lane 4. Reacted very quickly and has popped up in the lead. So he's our fastest qualifier with that 28.8. Let's see if he can be sub 29 in this morning's heat session. Ishak is not letting him get away from him though and challenging him. But it is all Aiden who holds that half a body length lead he established at the start. 29.26. Ishak in second, and a nice strong battle for third going the way of Thomas Poppins in lane 3.
As we move on to now our event 28, girls 14-year-old 50 metre backstroke. A couple of big names holding our records here. Our Victorian records held by Hayley Baker. She swam at the Commonwealth Games and World Championships. And then our Victorian all-comers, Emily Seabom, who has just retired from competitive swimming. So great to see those two still holding records there. As heat 1 gets underway, we've got 8 heats here this morning. And it's very even across our girls here. Stroke for stroke, really, across the whole pool. Starting to make her move, though, with a really high stroke rate with 15 metres to go is Isabel Croato. And going with her, next to her, Isabel as well. And I think we may have had just a little touchpad problem there, but it looks like lane 6, Isabel did touch first. And then lane 7, also Isabel touching second.
That's the beauty of our Hawkeye technology that works as our backup timekeepers. World first technology that was created here in Victoria and is now used at the Olympic Games and World Championships by World Aquatics. No need for our buttons on those backup timekeepers. That is all done by the cameras now. That is also assist the technical officials with their review of their strokes of the swimmers. As in heat 2 here, starting really strongly in lane 6, was Maisie Graves, and she leads through that first 35 metres. She's managing to hold on to that lead, but she's got a number of challenges coming at her, including over the far side of the pool, Ella Webber, and Ella's teammate Felicity Scarf down in lane 8. But it will be Ella who holds on and touches in a 35.87 ahead of her teammate Felicity, with Maisie also in the running there.
Heat 3 in the water and swimming, staying underwater and capitalising on her first 15 metres was Clarissa there in lane 2, and she has started beautifully, already a body length ahead of the rest of the field. As we know, starts and finishes so important in 50s. They can win the race. Clarissa there coming down to the touch, 35.41. Ariana, 36.41. And coming in third there, Isabella Wang, 36.57.
As we now move along to heat 4. Popping up in the lead in lane 4 is Waylon, and she leads through this opening 25 metres. Just ahead of Sienna Hunt in lane 6. So with 15 metres to get, it is still Waylon who's leading, as she has from the start here, and maintain that half body length lead over Sienna. So it is Waylon who leads and takes this heat out in a 34.16. Sienna in second. Close battle for the rest of the field for third, with Charlo getting the touch over in lane 0.
Heat 5 of 8 away in swimming now. All girls having great starts there. The first 15 metres. It looks like lane 5, Evelyn Selby just ever so slightly ahead, and also having a great swim out in lane 0, Micah Thapper. But it will be Evelyn Selby, 34.23, Micah Thapper, 34.69, and Zoe Skepper there in lane 6, touching third, 34.94.
As we now move along to heat 6. Strong underwaters from Azia Fong Sutton in lane 4, and she's capitalised on those strong underwaters to pop up in the lead, and is now extending her lead in the swimming portion of this event. Phoebe Scarf sitting in second place on her feet, and also swimming well down in lane 7 is Sorella, but it is all Azia who comes into touch in a swift 30.67. Phoebe in second, and Sorella in third. So Azia absolutely smashed her PB there by a second, dropping under that 31-second barrier for the first time as we move along to heat 7.
Away in swimming is heat 7. Some really, really beautiful underwater there from lane 5, Hannah. But it is the girls in the middle of the pool. Madeline Harvey, lane 4. Lane 6 as well, Zara Jeffrey. These girls down to the touch. It will be Madeline, 31.54. Hannah Buchanan, 32.28. And I think we'll just wait for that touchpad to work its magic there.
As we're moving on to our 8th and final heat of event 28, the girls 14 years 50-metre backstroke. The action has been plentiful here so far this morning as we are approaching the halfway mark of this morning's session 1 of the 2025 Mattioli Victorian Sprint Championships. Lane 4 and 5 staying under the water longest, Zara Olawani and Phoebe Balcom, and popping up in the lead. So Zara Olawani has now extended that lead out to half a body length through the first 25 metres. Ahead of Phoebe with a battle for third, nice and tight. But it is all Zara Olawani. She was our fastest qualifier leading in, looking nice and comfortable and taking out our 8th and final heat out in a 31.04. Phoebe in second and Brady in third. So we're now moving along to the last of our backstroke events for this morning's session, event 29, the boys 14 years, 50 metre backstroke. We have 7 heats and heat 1 is now in the water.
Heat 1, we've got 3 athletes in the water here. And lane 3 staying under the water there for the longest. But at the moment it is lane 4, James Clare. As they now start to come down under the flags, a really nice high stroke rate there from James Clare, and that's working for him. And he will touch the wall 34.11. Noah Coulson 35.26 and Michael Kakuri there 36.68.
As we now move along to heat 2. All the 14-year-old boys in this heat pulling up nice and high on that start. Staying under the longest in lane 5, Dylan uses those underwaters to come up alongside Aiden Smith in lane 4. Those two led through the first 15 metres. Now Aiden has pulled ahead. Another strong swimmer from South Gippsland, Bass, who are putting on a bit of a show this morning with a number of good swimmers across our butterfly and backstroke events so far this morning. It is all Aiden here in heat 2, and he takes out a nice 31.93. Dylan in second and Noah Warner in third. That 31.93 is definitely going to have those swimmers in the seeded heats having a bit of a look. Currently expected 10th time is that 31.35, so somewhere in that 31 second mark is probably going to be required to make this tomorrow morning's final.
Heat 3 of 7 in the water now. Lanes 4 and 5 having good starts there. Apologies, lane 5 and 6. At the moment, lane 5 leading the way through. And as they come under the flags, it will be Parker 32.7 for Ditchin 33.20, and Thomas over there in lane 2, 33.63. Rounding out heat number 3.
As we now move along to heat 4 of our boys 14 years 50-metre backstroke here at the 2025 Mattioli Victorian Sprint Championships. Staying under the water longest was Jordan and Alexander in lane 8 and 9. But coming up in the lead in lane 4 in the centre of the pool, James Lane. So James popped up with some good speed, has maintained that through that first 35 metres and is holding off a strong swim from Byron and also Michael. But it will be James Lane taking it out in 32.01. Michael getting the touch for second and Byron in third.
Heat 5, which is our first of our seeded heats for our boys 14-year-old 50-metre backstroke away in swimming. And it's the boys in the middle of the pool that are taking it out fast. A lot more splash than we've seen over the last few events. And it will be lane 4 just edging ever so slightly ahead of the rest of the field, Harry McCraw. And he will touch first, 30.46. Gabriel Wong in lane 7 there, 30.88. And Freddie Tomlinson, 30.97, rounding out that heat number 5.
So we are getting close to that 30-second barrier. We'll see if any athletes in our next heat, heat 6, are able to swim under 30 seconds for the first time. We do have Campbell Mills from Ivanhoe Swim in lane 4, who has broken that 30-second barrier. He has an entry time of 29.75. So if anyone can join him under 30 seconds this morning, as heat 6 are now in the water. Really strong start from Julian Birch in lane 2. He led at the 15-metre mark, but now the action is in the centre of the pool between Campbell and Oliver. Oliver's now starting to extend his lead with 15 metres left to swim. Our Ballarat Gold swimmer is going to take heat 6 out in a nice time of 28.82. Not only did he go under 30 seconds, he went under 29. Campbell in second and Luca Lim in third.
Our final 50-metre backstroke of the morning in the water now, heat 7. And a really great start there from lane 4, Liam Paulson. Battling behind him, though, Archer Marsland in lane 3. But at the moment, it is all Liam Paulson. And he will touch first in a time of 28.77. 30.16, Christopher Lee and Jack, 30.45, and that's a great time from Liam there. Rounding out our backstroke events.
As we're now changing it up, moving on to our breaststroke events. starting off with event 42, the girls 11 and under 50 metre breaststroke. We have 6 heats, and behind the blocks is heat 1. Looks like just the 2 athletes here in our opening heat of our girls 11 and under 50 metre breaststroke. It's great to have you all with us here for Swimming Victoria's coverage of the 2025 Mattioli Victorian Sprint Championships, live across Australia on KO Freebies and across the world on the Swimming Victoria YouTube channel. So in this opening heat, it is Alicia and Elena who are going head to head. Ivanhoe Swim versus Yarra Plenty Waves. Elena is only at 9. So a great effort for her just to qualify for these championships, and she's just ahead of Alicia as they've got 5 metres left to swim in this opening heat of our 11 and under 50 metre breaststroke, and it is Elena who takes it out at 46.23, with Alicia also swimming a personal best time. So 100% PBs from our opening heat of our girls 11 and under 50 metre breaststroke.
Heat 2 entering the water now. The girls very even across the field here. Mix of ages of 10 and 11. Mixed with a couple of country girls as well. As they all head down under the 15 metre rope, and lane 4 there, Isabel Chua, and lane 1, Emily Freighter, as well as lane 6 coming through nicely there, Kira Lowe. We'll see who gets their hands on the wall first. It will be Kira, 44.95, Isabel, 45.33, and Zoe in lane 3 there, rounding out that heat number 2.
As heat 3 is now on the blocks. Really strong start in lane 9 from Louise Zhang, and she leads through that first 15 metres. But swimming strongly in 3 is Zara Gilmore, and Zara's taken over the lead at that 25 metre mark. So it is now Zara Gilmore, our athlete from Geelong Swimming Club, who's leading with 15 metres left to swim. But coming nice and strongly from Nuttawading in lane 5 is Chloe. So it is between Zara and Chloe with 5 metres left to swim. But Zara is going to hold on and take heat 3 out in a nice 42.58. Chloe in second and Jung Quinn in third.
Away in swimming now, our first of our seeded heats, heat 4. A couple of our girls here looking to go 40 point or trying to get under that 40 second barrier. And having a great swim over there in lane 3, Sophie Lee. She is from Kangaroo Flat. She will come down to the touch. There we go, 39.96. Lovely PB there from her. Micah 40.74 and Josie Richer 41.42.
Good to see. We've already got one athlete cracking that magical 40-second barrier in our 50-metre breaststroke for our 11 and under girls as we move along to heat 5. Nice even start across the field, but now making their way through and clearing out is our fastest qualifier in lane 4, Erin Paris. So Erin's out by a body length through that first 25. The battle for second is nice and tight with Ellie Wang, Charlotte Boulton, Claire Zhang and Georgie all in it, but it is all Erin in a 38.30. Who will get the touch for second? It will go to Charlotte with Claire in third.
Heat 6, our final heat here in the water. And it was a great start there from lane 4, Angelina Shang. She's about half a body length already ahead at the 25-metre mark. Challenging her is her teammate next to her, Abigail Chan, and also Lola Lee in lane 5. And I think it will come down to the touch here, who can have the better stroke on the wall. And it will be Angelina 38.45, Lola Lee 38.72. Great to see 4 girls heading under that 40 seconds this morning, heading into tomorrow's final.
Big, strong swim there from Lola, dropping from a 40.2. Skipping 39s altogether and going straight to 38 seconds. As we now move along to event 43, the boys 11 and under 50-metre breaststroke. We have 4 heats. Behind the blocks is heat 1. Really quick reaction time in lane 8 from Han Kang, and he used that to his advantage, but swimming strongly in lane 7. Lucas popping up and challenging for the early lead, but it will be lane 4. The other Lucas Went, who's now clearly in control of this opening heat of the boys 11 and under 50-metre breaststroke. And Lucas is just continuing to extend his lead. The Warragul Swimming Club athlete comes into touch in a 40.96, taking off 5 seconds from his personal best. Lucas Yu in second and Haikang in third. So nice 5-second personal best to kick off our opening heat of boys 11 and under 50-metre breaststroke, and that is going to be definitely putting himself into spot to challenge for tomorrow morning's finals.
Heat 2 in the water now. Lanes 4 and 5 having great split strokes and underwater there. Austin Yuan in lane 4, starting to pull away from the other two boys next to him, Lucas Kovac and Logan Gibson. And it's a fast stroke rate there. Great to see in a 50-metre breaststroke. And he will touch the wall. Austin 39.15, Logan Gibson 41.12, and Lucas Kovac 41.46, rounding out heat number 2.
As heat 3 are now on the blocks. So in lane 4, George Zheng leads through the opening 15 metres. He's maintained that lead through the 25, but it is really tight across the field. So George had that lead at the 25, but through the 35, Andrill is now moved into the lead. So Andrill leading ahead of George and Keith. Those three have cleared out from the rest of the field now, and it will be Andrill touching first in a 40.22. Keith in second and George in third.
Fourth and final heat away and racing. Jia Yi in lane 4 and Ethan Dennison in lane 5, taking out the first 25 here. Strong, powerful strokes there from Jia Yi. And it's a real battle between lane 2, 3 and 5 at the moment for those minor placings in this heat, but at the moment it is Jia Yi the whole way, and he will touch first. 39.11, Zane 40.12, and Ethan Dennison 40.38.
So that concludes our boys 11 and under 50 metre breaststroke. We now move to event 44, the girls 12 years 50 metre breaststroke. This is now one of our older Victorian records, set back in 2001 by Edwina Goddard from Furbank Aquastars at a 34.70. So we'll see how close any of our athletes can get to that. It's a very quick Victorian age record for our 12-year-olds, with many of these athletes challenging to break that 40-second mark, which is probably, you're probably going to need somewhere sub 40, maybe sub 39 to progress to the final tomorrow, as heat 1 is away, and it is in lane 5, Ali Lamb, who leads through that first 15 metres. So Ali leads with a fast swimming name in lane 3, Kaylee Williams, now taking over in this second 25. So Kaylee from Warragul Swimming Club has now pulled out a body-length lead with 5 metres to swim here in heat 1 of the girls 12 years 50 breaststroke, and is going to smash her PB and take it out in a 41.12. Chenji in second and Ali in third.
Heat 2 up and racing, and it was a beautiful start there from lane 5 at Taylor Costello. as she will lead us through the first 25 metres. Lane 3 there, Yolanda Yu up and stroking very fast. And coming through nicely in lane 7, Lila Stevens challenging Yolanda over there in lane 3. And it'll be whoever can get their last full stroke on the wall. And it will be Yolanda, 41.35, followed by Lila Stevens, 41.50, and Taylor Costello there.
As we now have heat 3 of our girls 12 years 50-metre breaststroke on the blocks. Starting really strongly in lane 9 is Ava Gordon, and she continues to lead through that 15-metre mark. Now starting to move through is that centre of the pool with Amy Bai, Audrey Bailey, and Annabelle Kim starting to challenge for that lead. Annabelle has now moved just ahead of Sophia down in lane 8. It looks like it's going to be between Annabella and Sophia on the touch. It does go to Annabella, Sophia in second, with Amy in third. So action all over the field there for heat 3.
First of our seeded heats, heat 4 in the water now. And it was lane 4 staying under the longest, Cecilia Jintong. Leading the way, Kiara Delaney in lane 5, Cecilia not far behind. Also in lane 3, Ivy Zhu. But it will be Kiara coming down to the touch. 37.62. Ivy Zhu 38.93 and Cecilia 38.99.
As we now move along to heat 5. Really strong split stroke in lane 5 from Zoe McCauley. Now Emmy, our visitor from Albury, has come up alongside her and moved into the lead. So Emmy leads through the 25-metre mark. Zoe sitting in second, Delta in third. Also swimming well in lane 0 is Emma, who is sitting in fourth at the halfway mark. But it will be Emmy who's going to take out heat 5 at a nice time of 36.40. Zoe in second and Delta in third.
Final heat in the water now. Heat number 6. Some fast swimming so far from our 12-year-old girls. And it is lane 4 and 5 in the middle of the pool, Anna Kang and Emily Croato. As well as lane 3, Madison Jewell. Lane 5 at the moment, Emily Croato leading the way. If she has a good finish, she will touch first, 36.86. It's a great time for her. Touching second, Anga Kang, and touching third there, Madison Jewell. That rounds out our girls' 12-year-old 50-metre breaststroke as we head down to event 45, boys 12-year-old 50-metre breaststroke, heat 1. Almost about to get up onto the blocks. Away in swimming now is heat 1. 5 athletes in the water here. And it's lane 5, ever so slightly ahead of his competitors, Hunter Zhao. And he's up and stroking fast with 15 metres to go. A little nice battle between Myron and Oscar in lanes 3 and 4. But it's been Hunter Zhao the whole way, and he will touch 40.01, Oscar 41.62, and Myron 42.10.
And on to heat 2. Boys are off and racing. Having a good start was lane 9, Massimo. Coming down to our first 25, it is lanes 4 and 9. So Felix Jones. Catching up to them is Sean Wayne in lane 6. Felix Jones will be finishing first in a time of 41.14. In second, Sean Wang in lane 6, 41.61. And in third, up in lane 1, Keaton in 42.13.
Heat 3 in the water now. There was a good start there from lane 5, Archie Timms. And in lane 4, Nate Anderson and Jack Defina Nash in lane 3. At the moment though, lane 2 coming through nicely. Karui Wang. He's got a nice fast stroke right there. And it will be Karui 40.20, Archie Timms 40.75, and Jack Defina Nash 41.02. Rounding out heat number 3.
Coming on to heat 4, first of our seeded heats. Looks like lane 4, Andrew Wang is out in front in the first 25. Contesting him closely is lane 6. But it does look like it is a race between the middle lanes. So in first, Andrew Wang in a time of 36.33. In second, Raymond Grave in 37.07. And in third, it was a dead heat between lanes 4 and 6.
Heat 5 in the water now. Lane 4 having a ripper start there. as well as lanes 5 and 3. But it is all lane 5 at the moment. Gabrielle Yeo, about half a body length ahead of the rest of the field. Lane 2 coming through nicely there, Jordan Chu, as we come under the flags, and this is a dominant swim from Gabriel here. He will touch the wall, 35.24, sorry. And coming in second, Jaden Zhang, and third, Jack Hayes.
And on to our last heat of event 45. Our fastest qualifier is Lachlan Bull from Nunawading. First 25, it looks like the middle lanes, lanes 4 and 5 are very neck and neck, so but it does look like Lachlan's going to take this out in a time of a 35.45. In second, Archie Smith in 36.32, and in third, Giola Luca in 36.74. And now we're on to event 46 of the girls 13-year-olds 50-metre breaststroke. We have 6 heats in this event.
Heat 1 away and racing in the water now. And it looks like lane 6 there getting the better of the starts. Zara Barr along with Abby Mesha over in lane 2. Both of those athletes from Caulfield Aquatics. And it is Abby at the moment as she heads under the 15-metre mark. But coming up beside her, Jamie. All girls coming up under the flags quite close. Who can get the full stroke on the wall first? And it will be Jamie, 42.44. Piper Hall there second, and Abby Mesha third.
We have heat 3 off and racing. Looks like the outer lanes leading for the first 25. The middle lanes are now making their move. Looks like Isabella Sutcliffe is making her move. Having a good swim here. Will comfortably finish this in a first. But in lane 8, we have a Lauren Jones. So Isabella comes in first in 39.29, tracking that 40-second mark. In second, Lauren in 41.52, and in third, Jemima in 41.55.
Heat 3 away and racing. And it is a close field at the moment, waiting for someone to try and make their move a little bit. It looks like lane 4, Ruby Moore, started to do that. She's slightly ahead of lane 6, Rumi Zhang. And it will be Ruby 39.57, Amelie Prince 39.58. And touching third there is Rumi Zhang.
And on to heat 4, the first of our seeded heats. Our fastest qualifier is Lucy Reed. But it does look like the middle lanes have got the start of this race at the 25-metre mark. And it will be a race between lanes 4, 5 and a 3. But in first we have a Charlotte Kelly in a time of 35.64. Lucy Reed in 36.16, and in third, Asa Wang in 36.80.
Heat 5 in the water now. Lane 6 having a great start there. Vivian Van coming through in lane 4. Tess Izzard. Tess is from Yarra Plenty Waves, and she is pulling ahead of the field. Body length ahead now under the flags. It will be Tess in a time of 35.54. Isabella Lynch 37.25, and ever so slightly behind her, Imogen Murray 37.38.
And on to our last heat, heat 6 of event of 46. Nice start there from Lucy Ma in lane 4. She's already in front at the 25-metre mark. But Renee is coming up behind her. But it is Lucy in 36.30, Renee Lister in 36.50, and in third, in lane 7, Matilda Young in 37.40. And that concludes event 46. And we're up to event 47, the boys 13-year-olds 50-metre breaststroke. We have 5 heats in this event, with heat 1 in the water. We also have 2 swimmers out in lane 8 and 9 who missed their earlier heats. But out from the boys, comfortably in front, we have a Christian Marks coming in at a time of 37.97. That's a 3-second PB. Well done. And in second, Thomas, also in a PB time of 39.36, and Benjamin D'Souza in 40.29.
As we head now into heat number 2. Lane 3 having the better of starts there. Austin McNaught. He's from Ringwood Swimming Club. As we get down just past the 25-metre mark. Archie Kinner from Caulfield Aquatic, as well as Alexander Jing all the way out in lane 0. He is having a ripper swim, and he will touch the wall first. 38.16, massive couple of second drop from Alexander. Touching second there was Archie Kinner, 38.95, and touching third, Austin McNaught.
And on to heat 3, the first of our seeded heats, with our fastest qualifier out in lane 4, Isaac Ishmael. He has a qualifying time of 33.93. And the middle lanes are taking this race at the 25-metre mark. The Surrey Park boys, they probably train together, but it is Isaac Ishmael that will be coming in first in a time of 33.22. That looks like it's a PB. Aston Wilson in second in 34.34. Oh, and in lane 7, that was same time. Now on to heat 4.
As heat 4 enters the water now. Lane 5, Kai Witt having a great start from Melbourne Vic Centre. Coming through with a very high stroke rate, fast and strong swimming, is Jaden Zhang in lane 4 there. And it will be Jaden, 33.39, 34.27 by Kai, and in third, Yi Ji in a time of 35.24.
And on to heat 5, our last heat. And last to surface the water was Peter Twing from Nunawading. But out in front we have Quinn Richards. He keeps extending his lead here in this 50. And he will come in at a time of 31.91. In second, Peter Trin in 33.17. And in third, Sebastian Flowers in 34.29. That concludes event 47.
Event number 48, our girls 14-year-old 50-metre breaststroke in the water now. Quite even across the field at the moment. Ever so slightly ahead, Maggie Zhang in lane 5 from Caulfield Aquatics. But coming through strongly now in lane 1, Lily Lynch. She's from Cheltenham Swimming Club. Strong, long breaststroke strokes there. She comes under the flags. And she will take it out first, 40.93. Clarissa Demetriou, 41.76. And Denithi Olivia, they're touching at third.
And on to heat 2. At the 25-metre mark, we have Zoe Skepper. Leading the race. But also from Burbank, we have Felicity Scarf. And out in lane 1, we have Lathara coming in first in a time of 45.7. In second, Zoe Skepper, 47.2. And in lane 2, in third, we have Zoe in 40.84.
As heat 3 enters the water now. And it will be lane 4 at the moment, Tessa Newstead, who leads the way. Michaela Pistorius over in lane 1 from Geelong Swimming Club. She's also starting to pull away from the field now. Coming through Isabella Croato. She's having a great finish here. 38.95 will be Isabella Croato. 39.44 for Michaela Thapper, and in third, Michaela Pistorius, 39.64.
And on to heat 4, the first of our seeded heats. Having a good start was the outer lanes, Emily McMillan. And also Taryn Alden from Geelong. She's leading at the 25-metre mark and keeps extending her lead, but chasing her is Maya Mitchell from Ivanhoe. But it is Taryn in a time of 35.44. In second, Mia Mitchell in 36.19. And in third, Phoebe Belcom in 36.60.
Heat 5 away and swimming. Staying under the water there, the longest, Zara. And she will lead the way ever so slightly over Joanne Liu and Eve Lawrence. Zara having the slight longer of the strokes. Eve challenging her. And it looks like Eve is ever so slightly in front. It will come down to the touch here. Zara having the better of the finishes, 36.27. Eve Lawrence, 36.44. And Joanne Liu, 37.17, rounding out heat number 5.
And on to our last heat, heat 6. Having a good start there was a lane 7, Ariana Miak. But at the 25 metre mark, it is a lane for Leona leading the race. But chasing her, it is Catherine Andreas, and she comes in a time of 35.87. In second, Leona in 36.18. And in third, we had Isabel in 37.52. And that concludes event 48 of the girls' 14-year-old 50-metre breaststroke.
And heat 1 away in swimming of event 49, our boys at 14-year-old 50-metre breaststroke. We have 3 athletes in the water here. And it is Michael Kakuri just having a little cheeky look as well to see whether or not he was ahead of the other 2 swimmers. And he is, but finishing strongly there. Alexander Gordon in lane 6. And a long touch on the wall. And it is Michael Kakuri, 38.82. Alexander Gordon there, 39.59.
And on to heat 2. It looks pretty even at the moment on the first 25. But out in lane 2 and 3, looks like they're having a bit of a swim off in those 2 lanes. But also lane 9, Luca Lim. And he'll be taking that out in a time of 36.00. In second, Christopher Lee in 36.60. And in third, Gabrielle Wong in 37.09.
And heat 3 is away and swimming. It's our first of our seeded heats here of our last breaststroke event of the morning. Lanes 4 and 5 battling it out here. Luca Caniglia and Jordan Silva at the moment. Luca Caniglia is slightly ahead and he will touch the wall, 32.72. Jordan Silva 33.38 and Julian Birch 33.98.
On to heat 4. Our fastest qualifier is Leo Nolan from Melbourne Swimming Club. And it does look like it's between lanes 4 and 5, but edging out in front, it is Leo Nolan. And he'll be coming in at a time of a 32.29. Peter in lane 5 in a time of 32.87. And in third, Leon Vidal in lane 3 in a time of 33.70.
And for the final breaststroke race of this morning, hitting the water, lane 4, Byron Gang having a great first 15 metres and really up and stroking away, putting a body length on the rest of the field in that first 25 metres. Having a great swim beside him, James Clare in lane 5 and also Damien Mark in lane 3, but it currently is the Byron show. He will finish in a time of 31.05, James Clare 32.17 and Damien Mark 34.04.
And we're about to start the freestyle sprint. So event 62, the girls 11 and under 50 metre freestyle will have 10 heats in this event. And heat 1 is off and racing. Good start out in lane 9, Jessica McMillan. And then on the other side of the pool as well in lanes 3, Vivian Lee. And in lane 0, Alice Hopkinson. But finishing comfortably from first, we have Vivian Lee in a time of 33.59. It's a true second PB. In second, we have Trinity in 34.83.
As we now move along to heat 2 of our girls 11 and under 50 metre freestyle. First up in lane 9 is Annabelle Bartlett. And it is a nice even start across the field here in heat 2. Swimming well in lane 1 is Isabella McDonald. And now starting to work through in the middle of the pool in lane 4 is Elena Zeng. So Elena's now moved into the lead with 15 metres to go. The battle for the minor places in this heat still very tight. Elena's maintaining that slight edge and is going to take heat 2 out in a 34.27. Annabelle in second with Christine in third. Some nice personal best swims from heat 2 there of our girls 11 and under 50 freestyle.
And on to heat 3. Having a good start here was lane 1, Georgia Broomhall. but it does look pretty even at the 25 metre mark. See who is able to pull out in front. But it is lane 4, Farah Lee. And she comes in a time of 33.74. Out in second, Lauren Sun in a 34.28. And in third, Piper Lee in 34.53.
As we now move along to heat 4. Staying under the water the longest was Jada in lane 9. Also off to a strong start in lane 6 here, Sheila. And Sheila leads through the first 25. Now moving through in lane 4, Charlotte Grover. So Charlotte's taken over the lead and starting to establish herself, but also swimming nice and fast is Mietta in lane 0. So Mietta's holding on to second place, but it will be Charlotte who's going to take heat 4 out in a nice time of 33.52. Sheila in second, and Lily Richards getting the touch for third.
And on to heat 5. Coming out last was a lane 5, Ellie Shearer. There are a couple of girls that seems to be pretty even. So we'll see who attaches first on the wall. But it is a lane 9, Alyssa in a 33.38. In second, Heidi O'Donnell in 33.67. And in third, Ali in a 33.70.
As we're now moving along to heat 6 of the girls 11 and under 50 metre free style at the 2025 Mattioli Victorian Sprint Championships. So we have 10 heats of our 11-year-old girls 50 freestyle. So the pressure will be on for spots in tonight's final. Based on our entry times, somewhere in that 31 mid-range is what we'd expect our athletes to need to go to qualify for the final tomorrow. But based on how fast they've been swimming so far, it wouldn't surprise me if it is a little bit faster than that. So heat 6 is in the water now. And it's the near side of the pool that's getting off to the strong start, with Kristen Silver in lane 8 and Emily Frater in lane 7, leading through the first 35 metres. Also swimming nice and strongly is Catherine Yim in lane 2. So Catherine leads with 5 metres left to swim, just ahead of Emily, her teammate. So the Nunawading athletes go underneath the flags together, and it is Catherine over Emily with Kristen in third. Once again, some nice big personal bests coming from our athletes there in heat 6.
And on to heat 7. All these girls have qualifying times of 33 seconds. See if anyone can crack that mark and get a 32. But at the moment, it's pretty even down the pool. But having a good swim from Geelong is Zara. But coming in first is Amity in lane 9 in 32.42. In second, Zara Gilmore in 32.77, and Hazel in lane 4, 32.86.
As we now move on to Heat 8, the first of our seeded heats here for the girls 11 and under 50 metre freestyle. And Cadence in lane 5 pops up to the early lead. Going with her in lane 4 is Abigail Chan. Abigail leads now through the 35 metre mark. Cadence sitting in second, but it is all Abigail. She wasn't the fastest off the blocks, but she was definitely the fastest through the pool. 30.01, so close to breaking that 30-second barrier. Cadence in second, and Georgie in third. So will we see any athletes in these last two heats go under that magical 30-second barrier here for our 11-year-old, 11 and under girls?
On to heat 9, our second last heat. And at the 25 metre mark, we have Mariella Simmons. First, having a stellar swim, body length in front from the rest of the pack, but behind her, Claire Danny, having a good swim. And here she goes, 29.51, cracking that 30-second barrier. In second, Claire Danny in 30.47, and in third, Makey Chow.
As we now move on to our 10th and final heat of our girls 11 and under 50 metre freestyle. Really strong start in lane 6 from Sophie Lee. So Sophie Lee through that first 15 metres, but now Victoria Dang and Angelina Shang are moving through. Also swimming really strongly in lane 3 is Ellie Wang. So Ellie leads just in that at the 35 metre mark, but it's those three centre lanes who have cleared out from the rest of the field. The teammates from Melbourne Swimming Club are going to battle it out here in this 10th and final heat, and it will be Angelina getting the touch over Victoria with Ellie in third. So that concludes our action in event 62, the girls 11 and under 50 metre freestyle. As we now move on to event 63, the boys 11 and under 50 metre freestyle, which we have 9 heats. So we're definitely seeing the margins decrease from the breaststroke into the freestyle. Lots of heats at all our age groups here this morning. So we started with 10 heats of our girls. We've got 9 heats of our boys in the 11 and under category, as heat 1 is now on the blocks.
At the 25 metre mark, out in lane 0, George Lyons is having a good swim. And on the other side of the pool, I think it's someone that missed their race in earlier heats. But in first for the boys, it is a Tully Chapman in time of 34.80. In second, George Lyons in 34.97. And in third, we have Aaron Sue in 35.06.
As we now move along to heat 2. So strong start up the top of the pool from Jaden Vine in lane 2. And Jaden leads through that first 25. So Jaden maintains his lead that he got at the start. That it looks like the top of the pool is where the action is at, with Shun and Lachlan also swimming well. But down the bottom of the pool, Alfie is now moved into the lead within the last 5 metres. And it is going to be Alfie who gets the touch first in a 33.50. On in second and Zayden in third.
And we have lane heat 3 in the water. And lane 2 leading at the 25-metre mark, Damon Choi. And at the other side of the pool, in lane 7, Edward Birchall. The rest of the swimmers are catching up now, and it's anybody's race. Having a good finish was lane 8, Rupert Owen, in a time of 33.45. In lane 2, in second, Micah in 34.17, and in third, Alexander.
As we now move along to heat 4. Lucas and Leonardo in lane 8 and 9, getting off to a nice strong start. They lead through the first 15 metres. Lark in lane 4 has now come up alongside them through that 25-metre mark, but it is still Lucas who holds a slight lead with 15 metres to go here in heat 4 of our boys 11 and under 50 freestyle. So Lucas got off to a good start. He's held on to the lead throughout and coming into touch in a big personal best time of 32.67. Riley in second and Denzel in third.
And we have heat 5. Often racing. And at the 25-metre mark, we have a lane 5, Benjamin Allay. The other swimmers are coming along. Could be lane 8 taking it out. To the touch. At the touch it was Benjamin lane 5 in 32.88. In second, 33.02 Leo. And in third, we had Keaton in 33.49.
As we're now moving along to heat 6. Nice even start across the field here in heat 6. So again, remains even at that 15-metre mark. Swimming nice and strongly in lane 3 is Samuel Russell, and he's just leading at the halfway mark, just ahead of Bowen Zeng above him. So it does look like it's between Samuel and Bowen, but all are coming back into this in the last 15 metres, with Ashton Stock in lane 8, really strong second 25 to take it out in a 32.37. Lucas in second and Bowen in third.
On to heat 7, our first of our seeded heats. Lane 4 and 5 in the middle, leading this pack. And it'll be a race between those two. Last 5 metres, see who touches first. And it is Caleb Smith in a time of 30.72. In second, William Zhang in 30.78. And in third, in lane 7, Darby Blackwell in 31.75.
As we now move along to heat 8. Our second last heat of the boys 11 and under 50-metre freestyle. So Jacob Lee in lane 7 leads through that first 15-metre mark. Now making a move in lane 5 is Ethan Mark. So Ethan's coming up alongside Jacob, but also swimming well Jason Huang in lane 8. So with 15 metres to go, it is anyone's race here in heat 8. Jason's holding on to the lead. Ethan's finishing strongly. They got hit the wall together, and it is Jason 31.12, Ethan in second, and Jacob in third.
And we're off to our last heat, heat 9, of event 63. Our fastest qualifier is Ryder from Shepparton. And that looks like a pretty even start across the pool. But at the 25-metre mark, it is a lane 6, a Zane leading. But now the others are catching up, and it is between lanes 4 and 5. And who will touch out first is Andriel in a time of 30.32. In second, Ryder Telford in 30.40. And in third, Bailey Stone in 31.34. And that concludes event 63.
Our next event on the program is event 64, the girls 12 years 50-metre freestyle. Our Victorian age group record was set back in 2010 by Gemma Schlitt at a 26.81. That is swift. We have 13 heats of our 12-year-old girls in 50 freestyle, so they're coming thick and fast. Currently the 10th seeded time is a 30.28. So we're sort of looking around that magical 30-second barrier for those who are looking to try and make it back for tomorrow's final, as we're underway here in heat 1. Really strong start from Phoebe in lane 6, and she leads through the first 15 metres. Also swimming well alongside her in lane 5 is Lucy. So those two are contending for the lead through the 35-metre mark. But now it's the top of the pool, closest to us, lane 7 and 9. Laura and Penelope, who are going stroke for stroke, with Jessica over the far side, just getting the touch in a 33.84. Penelope in second and Laura in third.
And heat 2 often racing. Having a good start was out in lane 1, Audrey Marchant. Also Addison Hendley in lane 7 and Jamie Dwan have a good race. So it's between those three girls. But finishing in first was Audrey in lane 1 in 32.69. In second, Jiang Dwayne in 32.82, and in third as Addison Hendley in 33.00. Nice PBs for those girls.
As we now move along to heat 3. Popping up in the lead in lane 6 is Aria, and she holds that lead through the first 15 metres. Also swimming well down in lane 9 is Nor. So through the 25, those two continue to hold the lead, but also swimming well out in lane 1 and 0, Grace and Madeline. So action all over the pool here, but it is lane 6. Aria, who is going to lead from start to finish and come into touch in a 32.18. Nor in second, and Madeline in third.
And we have heat 4. And at the 25 metre mark, it is the middle lanes. Out in front, Layla and Annabelle. It looks like Annabelle is taking the lead, and also out in lane 9, Leia. And it is Annabelle in first in a time of 32.79. In second, Leia in 33.11, and third, Layla in 33.22.
As we now move along to heat 5 of our girls 12 years 50 metre freestyle at the 2025 Mattioli Victorian Sprint Championships. Ali Mears in lane 7 off to a really nice strong start. So Ali leads through the first 15 metres. Also swimming well in lane 3 is Addison Prout. So Addison's trying to take it up to Ali, but Ali's holding her lead through that 35 metre mark. But it's all starting to tighten up in this last 15. Ali still maintaining a slight lead, but starting to come through really strongly in lane 5 is Lara Beatrice, who touches first in a 32.81. Addison in second, and our early leader, Ali, in third.
And we've got heat 6. Open racing. Looks like a pretty even start across the pool. And at the 25 metre mark, we have a lane 6, Madeline, being comfortably in front, but also Brooklyn in lane 9. And coming in first, it is Madeline in time of 32.21. Second, Anna Miletto in lane 0 in 32.65, and in third, Brooklyn in 32.66.
as we now move along to heat 7. Which one of our 12-year-old girls is going to be the first to move into that 31-second range as we are underway here in heat 7. Nice even start across the field. Just in the lead through the first 10 metres was Lila Stevens in lane 9, and she's managing to maintain that hold of first place with Emma in lane 4, and also swimming really strongly in lane 1 is Yushin. So those three lead with 5 metres to go. They hit that 5 metre mark at the same time, and it will be a tight finish on the wall, but Emma touches just ahead of Lila, with in third place Jida.
And heat 8. As often racing, first out of the water was lane 4, Matilda Maple. But it is pretty even at the 25 metre mark. Out in lane 9, Eleanor McIntosh is having a good race. And she will come in first in a time of 31.71, and in second Jade Hayward in 31.91. First girls to be under that 32 mark.
Lots of action happening in lane 9 in these heats of our 12-year-old girls 50 freestyle as we now move along to heat 9. In the middle of the pool, Emily leads through that first 15 metres with Lily. So it is the centre of the pool where the action's at here. Now moving through is Raina Snyders in lane 3. So Raina's now moved into the lead with 10 metres to swim here in heat 9, and is continuing to extend her lead in this final 5 metres and takes heat 9 out in 30.57. Lily in second and Emily in third. So we're starting to get close to that magical 30-second barrier there. Nice strong swim there from Raina.
Heat 10. Having a good underwater was out in lane 9, Fiona Luong. But it is pretty even at the 25 metre mark. It is anybody's race here. Touching in first was Fiona Long in a time of 30.77. In second we had Ivy Z. And moving on to heat 11.
So we're now on to our final 3 heats, so our seeded heats of the girls 12 years 50 metre freestyle. Let's see how many of them can crack that 30-second barrier, which is probably where you're going to need to be in order to qualify for tomorrow's finals. Nice even start through the first 15 metres. Amelia, and it does lead in lane 4, and she's continuing to extend her lead through the middle part portion of this race. So it is all Amelia. She's got this under control. Amelia Broughton, really strong swim here. Battle tight for second, but it is all Amelia who touches in 28.61. Cecilia getting the touch for second ahead of Lauren. And those 3 athletes all under that 30-second barrier.
On to our second last heat of this event. These girls will be wanting to crack that 30-second barrier. And comfortably in front at the 25 metre mark we had Maya Zane. The other girls are chasing her. She'll finish in a time of 29.5. No, it's Amelia Loust in first in 29.49. Maya in 29.50. And in third, we had Ali.
As we move on to our 13th and final heat, we've had 6 under that 30-second barrier so far, and we will join them in this final heat of our girls 12 years 50-metre freestyle. Popping up in the lead in lane 4 is Jemana, Zoe McCauley and Kiara Delaney trying to go with her through that first 25. Jemana's just slightly extended her lead in that middle 25 here in our 13th and final heat. And it's almost out to body length lead as she comes underneath the flags and takes down the swift 28.07. Zoe getting the touch for second, Kiara in third. That concludes the action for the girls 12 years 50-metre freestyle. As we now move along to event 65, the boys 12 years 50-metre freestyle. We have 9 heats. Our Victorian record was set in 2017 by Stone Ma at 25.95. So we saw the girls with 9 athletes there under the 30-second mark for the girls 12-year-olds. We'll see for the boys how long till we get our first athlete under that 30-second mark. I wouldn't be surprised if one of these athletes in these opening few heats drops a big PB. As we now move along to heat 1.
Having a good start there was lane 7, Tom Benton from Wangaratta. And out in lane 4, Jordan is also having a great swim, DVE, but it will be Tom Benton coming in first in a time of 31.50. In second, Edward in 32.13, and in third, Jordan in 33.21. Some nice PBs there.
Strong start from our opening heat of 12-year-old boys as we now move along to heat 2. In lane 6, it is Toby Tomlinson who's off to the fastest start, and he's going to lead through the first 25 over Joshua and Hunter alongside him. So this side of the pool is where the action was at through the first 35 metres, and they're holding on to that slight lead that they had, but now it's a race in 3 as we go underneath the flags. So Joshua, Toby and Hunter going stroke for stroke, and it is Hunter who gets the touch first, Joshua in second, and Toby in third.
And we're on to heat 3. Good early start was from Zuan in lane 9. But leading at the 25-metre mark is Elijah Lamont in lane 3. And he keeps extending his lead here, so he'll finish comfortably in first. in a time of 30.69. In second, we had Noah Tucker in from lane 8 in 31.78. And in third, Riley Burnett in 31.90.
As we now move along to heat 4. So even across the field here in heat 4 through that first 10 metres, but now starting to pull ahead of the rest of the field is Cody in lane 3, with Charlie alongside him in lane 2 trying to go with him. Also swimming well in lane 7 is Karu. So, but it is all Cody here. He popped up, started going quickly after he surfaced and has held on to win this heat in a 30.81. Karu in second and Charlie in third. So we've seen swimmers under that 31-second mark. When will that first sub-30 happen for our boys 12 years 50-metre freestyle, as we welcome Sian back into the commentary seat.
Thank you, Nick. We are now on to heat number 5 of 9 here this afternoon at Melbourne Sports and Aquatic Centre. And in lane 5, Oliver Brown just ahead of the field at the moment. Challenging next to him though, Xian Wang. And it will be Xian there, 30.75. Really great finish from him. Oliver Brown second there, and in third was Thomas.
As we now move along to heat 6. First, we're almost up to the seeded heats for our boys 12 years 50 freestyle. Strong start in lane 2 from Kingsley Wang, and he leads through the first 20 metres. Up alongside him is Gianluca. So those two are leading with 15 metres to go. Also swimming well at lane 0 is Gabrielle. So Kingsley's holding on to his lead. Gianluca's moved ahead, and coming strongly in the centre of the pool is Ziho, but it is Gianluca in 30.68, Ziho in second, and Kingsley in third.
We head now into heat number 7, our first of our seeded heats for our 12-year-old boys in this 50-metre freestyle. And it is lane 3 at the moment, having a ripper start there. Ethan Carr up alongside him in lane 4, Evan. We'll see who will get their hand on the wall first here. Having the stronger of the finishes though is Evan, and it may have been Evan. We'll have to double check that, but our board does say Ethan 28.45 and Ran 28.59. We'll wait for Hawkeye to give us official results there.
As we're now moving along to heat 8. So it is the middle of the pool with Jack, Lachlan and Andrew, who lead through the first 15 metres. Andrew's now pulled out a little bit of a lead over Lachlan through that 25, but Lachlan's coming really strongly in this last 15 metres to move back up alongside Andrew, and they're going to battle that out here in heat 8. It is Andrew Wang who's just holding on and takes it out in 27.96. Lachlan Bull in second and Jack Hayes in third.
We head into now our 9th and final heat, event 65. Fastest qualifier for this morning is Archie Smith in lane 4, and he's had the better of starts across the field. You can see more splash from these young lads here this afternoon. 15 metres to swim, and it's all Archie Smith at the moment. Lincoln Hall also coming up beside him in lane 5, but it will be Archie Smith with a swift time of 27.01. Lincoln Hall there, 27.50. Great to see those two boys go under 28. And then third was Thomas O'Toole there, rounding out event 65.
As we now move along to event 66, the girls 13 years, 50 metre freestyle. Our Victorian age group record stands at a 26.22 set in 2011 by Gemma Schlitt. Gemma went on to represent Australia at a World Short Course Championships. We have 14 heats of our girls 13 years 50 metre freestyle. With behind the blocks, heat 1. So just the 3 in this first heat of our girls 13 years 50 freestyle. Claire Brown in 3, India Edwards in 4, and Zoe Gilleen in 5. And it is Claire who leads through that first 15 metres just ahead of India, with Zoe only half a body length behind, but Zoe's now putting together a really good middle 25 here in this 50 to move up into second place. Claire's maintaining her hold on first place, but Zoe is coming home strongly. So Zoe and Claire go under the flags together, and it will be Zoe who takes it out in a 33.71, Claire in second, and India in third.
Heat 2 making their way into the water now. And it is extremely even across the field at the moment. Ever so slightly ahead, Sasha Rava in lane 5, but also swimming out nicely in lane 0 and 1, Ruby McRae and Savannah Terrick. As the girls head under the flags, it's really anyone's here. I think it might be lane 1. It is 32.43, Savannah Terrick. Ruby McRae coming in second there, 32.64, and touching third was Isabella Sutcliffe.
As we move along to heat 3. Really strong underwaters from Mercedes in lane 9. She was the last to surface, but she did surface in the lead. But now Emily Prince in lane 8 has taken over the lead through that first 25 metre mark. But it is dead even across the field with 15 metres to go. So 15 metres to go. It is anyone's game here in heat 3. Emily is holding on to that advantage she had and is going to take it out in a 32.76. Mercedes in second with Isla in third.
Heat 4 now away in swimming. At the moment it is lane 2 and lane 4 who seem to be slightly ahead. The girls on the other side of the pool. We're putting in a really strong 50 here. Laura Connolly in lane 1 ever so slightly ahead of the field. And she will touch first, 31.92, followed by Sanaya, 32.18, and coming in third, Emma Pomeroy, 32.36.
as we move along to heat 5. Strong underwaters in lane 8 from Emily Wong, and she leads through that first 15 metres. Also swimming strongly in lane 2 is Panchali. Emily maintains her lead as we approach the 35 metre mark, and now coming up in lane 6 is Rowena, and in lane 7 Isabel. Isabel's now taken over the lead with 5 metres left to swim, and it will be Isabel Lynch who takes down a 31.52. Elizabeth Kogue touching for second, with Emily Wong in third.
Hitting the water, we have heat number 6. All girls there having a great start. Great first 25. Lane 4, Tia just slightly ahead at the moment. Next to her, Taylor Fitzgerald. And then also it is going to be anyone's here. Very close finish. It will be lane 1, Charlotte Kelly, 31.66. Celine Wetzels, 31.84. And Charlotte McConville, 32.12. Rounding out heat number 6.
As we move along to heat 7. Vivian Van in lane 6, off to the best of the starts, and is going to lead through this 25 metre mark. So she's hold her advantage. She established on the underwaters for that first 25. Joella is now starting to challenge her in lane 5, and swimming super strongly in lane 9 is Elizabeth Cook. Elizabeth has moved into the lead and does take this 7th heat out just ahead of Gemma, with Marissa in third. Action all over the pool there in heat 7.
Heat 8, often swimming. Keeping underwater the longest there was lane 5, Emily Shen. Some really close racing happening in these 50 metre freestyles. At the moment, it looks like it is lane 6, Evelyn Gillen, but it could be lane 3 there as well. As we come down to the touch, it will be Evelyn, 31.05. Hallie Clark, 31.53. And Fallon Chen, 31.65 for heat number 8.
As heat 9 is now on the blocks. Really strong underwaters from Nye in lane 6, and she leads through the first 15 metres. Ava Coombs in lane 5 has now moved into the lead at the 25 metre mark. Also swimming well in lane 1 is Hayley Warren. So it is Ava and Hayley who are neck and neck with 5 metres left to swim here in heat 9. But Ava has started to pull ahead and is going to comfortably take this heat out at 30.25. Hayley in second and Neve Harrison in third. Really strong swim there from Ava Coombs from ESS Dolphins. As we are now waiting to see who will be the first under that 30-second barrier.
Heat number 10. And it looks like lane 6, Isla James had the better of starts there. She's about just a touch ahead, but coming through nicely. Lane 3, Alexis Telford. As the girls come under the flags now. Another close race it will be. Alexis Telford, 30.85. Natalie Lim, 30.9. And Isla James coming third there.
So we're getting closer and closer to that 30-second barrier. Will it be heat 11? Where we have someone underneath that 30-second mark. Strong underwaters in lane 9 from Madeline. She used all distance she could. She's coming up strongly with Mackenzie in lane 8. And it is Mackenzie who leads through the 25-metre mark. The rest of the field is starting to make their move now, though, with Amelia in the centre of the pool. Helena also in consideration. Mackenzie's trying to hold on to that early lead she established, and on the touch it will be Helena over Mackenzie with Amelia in third.
We head now into our first seeded heat. Lane 4. Henrietta really charging down the pool at the moment. She's about half a body length ahead. Great battle coming through now with Millie in lane 2, Megan in lane 5. And it will be Henrietta, 28.44. A few girls under 30 point there. Megan Lee, 29.11.
As we move along to heat 13, watch lane 4 and 5 off the start. Imogen Murray and Tiffany Miette strong on those underwaters. And they do lead through that first 15 metres, but also swimming really strongly in lane 7. Aria. So Aria used those underwaters to pull ahead of the swimmers on beside her, but it is the centre of the pool. Imogen and Tiffany who are clearing away from the rest of the field here with 5 metres left to swim in heat 13. And it will be Imogen who touches first in 28.90, Tiffany in second, and Elsa Wang in third.
Heat 14 of 14 in the water now, our fastest seeded heat for this morning. Lucy Ma, who was our fastest seeded swimmer, not swimming here, opens the field up a little bit more. But it is in lane 2, Zara Barr having a great swim here. Lane 5, Lucy Reed, and lane 3, Lucy Dolan. It will be Lucy Reed, 29.00. Zara Barr, 29.18, and Lucy Dolan at 29.26 to round out event 66, our girls' 13-year-old 50-metre freestyle.
As we now move on to event 67, the boys' 13 years 50-metre freestyle. Our Victorian age group record stands at a 24.75, set in 2016 by Tiger Yoshida. We have 7 heats of our boys' 13 years 50 freestyle. Behind the blocks is heat 1. So heat 1 is now on the blocks here for our boys' 13 years 50 freestyle. Cooper Sampson in lane 7, off to the best of the starts. Now coming really strongly in lane 5's Kai Witt. So Kai Witt leads through the 25. Cooper holding on to second place. A strong challenge for the lead coming from lane 2 in Oscar Sharp. So Oscar's trying to challenge with Ryan. It is Kai who's holding on to his lead he's established at that 25-metre mark and takes it out under 30 seconds in a 29.67 So the 13-year-old boys are all already under that 30-second mark in the opening heat.
Heat number 2, off and swimming now. Lanes 4 and 5 having great starts there, along with lane 8. As we come down to the 25-metre mark, and it is lane 2 at the moment. Go Tanaka. Finishing strongly though, Tom McMahon in lane 4, as well as Lev in lane 5, and it will be Tom 29.30, Lev 29.49, and touching third there, Roy Yang in lane 8. Lovely to see Roy going under the 30 point there. He's excited about that.
As we move along to heat 3. Up strongly, Eugene Lim in lane 9. He held the lead through the first 15 metres. Swimming well in lane 3 is Archie Kina. He's moved into the lead at the 25-metre mark, but it is all across the field. Eugene's trying to hold on to that early speed he had, but coming through nice and strongly in lane 5 is Cooper Westwood. So Cooper does take it out in 29.63. Second is Archie, and in third, Angus Goodison.
Heat 4 of 7 in the water, and it was a great start from lane 6 there. Troy Oswald, he's slightly ahead of the field at the moment at the 25-metre mark, along with Oscar Magalotti in lane 1. Oscar finishing really strongly, getting challenged by Benjamin Collins beside him. But it will be lane 6, Troy Oswald, 28.54. Patrick Whitwood, 28.76, and Oscar Magalotti, 28.81.
As we now move on to our first of our seeded heats for our boys 13-year-old 50-metre freestyle, with heat 5 in the water. Staying under the longest in lane 8 is Samuel, but in the centre of the pool it is all Aiden Ramos. We saw him in that backstroke with that high stroke rate. Same in the freestyle here. He's extending his lead over the rest of the field and is going to take heat 5 out in 27.22. Austin McNaught in second, with Thomas Poppins in third.
Heat 6 away and swimming now. Lane 4, Ishak Ismail having a great start there. He leads by half a body length at 25 metres. Challenging him, next to him, Xavier Gray, along with Christian Marks and Jaden Tran over in lane 2 and 3. But it is all Ishak, 26.15, not a shabby swim there. 26.98, Xavier Gray, and over in lane 2, 28.04, Christian Marks.
As we move on to our 7th and final heat of our boys 13 years 50 freestyle. even start at the centre of the pool are now starting to establish themselves as the people to beat here in our 7th and final heat. Hang Tang and Daniel clearing away from the rest of the pool. They're almost a body length clear, going stroke for stroke underneath the flags. And it will be Hang Tang Wang who takes that in 26.80. Daniel in second, and getting for the touch for third is Brodwick. That concludes event 76, as we're going to move to event 78. The girls 14 years, 50 metre freestyle. Our Victorian record stands at a 25.71 set in 2006 by Elise Aluski. Elise went over to college in the States and swam for the University of Florida and has not returned.
I probably wouldn't return either.
She was at the University of Florida at the same time as Elizabeth Beisel, who was a Olympic medalist in the 400 metre individual medley. I think they were bridesmaids at each other's weddings.
Perks of swimming, hey? Friends for life. And away we go with heat number 1 of 13. 5 girls in this heat. And they are all going stroke for stroke. Just slightly ahead at the moment. Looks like Holly Preston and Eleanor Gaglio. And down to the touch, and it will be Eleanor 32.44, Holly Preston 32.63, and then Natalia in lane 4 there, rounding out heat number 1.
So even start across the field here in heat 2. So through the 25, it is still anyone's game. With Olivia in lane 3, just out to a slight advantage. Sorry. Jasmine in lane 4, just leading slightly with 10 metres to go. Sophie in lane 2 starting to challenge, and also Kiara in lane 7 is going to be the winner of this heat in 32.30. Alice in second, with Lithira in third.
And away we go with heat number 3. Having a good start in lane number 5 there. Clarissa Demetrio. Next to her, Isabella Heath. But over on the other side of the pool, starting to make her way through Georgia Anderson, as well as Amelia, who's going to get their hand on the wall first, and it will be Clarissa Demetrio, 31.59. Amalia, 31.75. And coming in third there, Georgia Anderson.
As heat 4 are now on the blocks. Strong start from Indiana, Lara and Abby in 7, 8 and 9. They led at the 15 metre mark. Anya in lane 3 is taking over the lead through the first 25, with Jacqueline beside her also swimming nice and strongly. With 15 metres to go, it's a battle between the near side and the far side, but moving through really strongly in the centre of the pool is Macy Clarkson, and she gets there, 31.61. Jacqueline in second, Beth Ann in third. Oh, and I've got my eyes out on one of the technical officials. Does look like we might be having a swim-off coming up soon, so that could be exciting.
Yes, it's always very exciting, a swim off. In a 50, that is. Heat number 5 hitting the water. And it's lane number 2 with the best of starts there, Sienna Vivian. She's ever so slightly ahead of the rest of the field, challenging her next to her, Celeste Hemme. And those two girls, but coming through nicely now in lane 4, Harper McRae. And it will be Madison Quay in lane 6, 30.88. Second was Harper there, and third was Sienna in lane number 2.
As we now move along to heat 6. Nice even start across the field here in heat 6. Starting to make themselves known is Isabella in lane 5. She leads through the first 25 metres just ahead of the rest of the field. But it is anyone's with 15 metres to go. Isabel still maintains her slight lead. Swimming really strongly down in lane 9 is Georgie. And it does look like Georgie is going to battle Isabel for the touch and gets there by 1/100th of a second in 30.91 with Holly in third. Seeing lots of action out of lane 9 in these freestyle heats. We'll see if that continues for the rest of the morning.
As we swiftly move on to heat number 7. A very close race so far. All girls stroke for stroke at the moment. And it's going to be an extremely close race to the finish here. You cannot pick who's going to touch the wall first here. It might be lane 7. It also might be lane 6. Who's it going to be? It will be Alexandra, 30.45. Talia there, 30.7. And Sienna Hunt coming in third.
As we move along to heat 8. Staying under the longest in lane 9 is Genevieve. But up really strongly as Elise and Isabel on her inside. They lead through the first 20 metres with Sophia in lane 4. Through the 35 metre mark, Sophia has taken over the lead from Isabel and is just ahead with 5 metres to go, but a strong finish coming from Ava. Sophia does hold on. Isabel in second, with Ava getting the touch for third. We're getting very close to that 30-second mark with that 30.09 from Sophia to take out heat number 8.
Heat number 9 in the water now. Capitalising on her underwaters was lane 4 there. But with the better of starts, lane 3, Leona. Sorry, that was lane 4, Avika. But over in lane 1, having a ripper swim at the moment, ahead of the rest of the field, Evelyn Selby. Will she get her hand on the wall first, or will it be lane 9? It will be Evelyn, 29.66. 29.81 from Sophie Barkay in lane 9 and touching third Leona. We have finally broken that 30-second barrier now.
The next challenge will be have every athlete underneath there in the next heat. Very even start here in heat 10. Action right across the pool. Through the 25, anyone still in with a chance to win here Heat 10 of the girls 14 years 50 freestyle. Through the 35-metre mark, they all come through together with 5 metres left to go. You cannot separate it. In lane 4, Yaruland has pulled out to a slight lead, and it will be her who gets the hand on the wall first in 29.78 ahead of Corella and Ella.
And our first of our seeded heats in the water now. Zara having a great first 15 there. She's ever so slightly ahead of lane 3, Joanne Liu. Very tight here between lanes 4, 3, and 2. Who will get their hand on the wall first? It will be Zara, 28.10. And second, Joanne, 28.32. Third, it was Brady, 28.56.
So we're now moving along to heat 12. So in the centre of the pool, Phoebe Balcom leads through that first 15 metres. Now starting to come up alongside her is Jamie. So it is 4 and 5 who lead with 15 metres left to swim. Also swimming nice and strongly in lane 6 is Phoebe Scarf. So those three are going to contest the finish here in heat 12, and it will be Jamie just ahead of Phoebe Balcom and Phoebe Scarf in third.
Heat number 13 of 13, our final 50-metre freestyle for our girls this afternoon. Lane 4, Asia having a great start there, looking really strong. She's half a body length of the rest of the field. Now a body length challenge for second there between Madeline and Zara, but it will be Asia, 27.00. It's a great time this afternoon. Zara Jeffrey, 28.16, and Madeline Harvey, 28.22 to round out event 68, our girls 14-year-old 50-metre freestyle.
As we now move along to event 69, the boys 14 years 50-metre freestyle, which will be the last of our individual events on this morning's program before we finish with some relays. Our Victorian age group record stands at a 23.98, set in 2019 by Stone Ma from Northwest Aquatic. We have 9 heats of our 14-year-old boys 50 freestyle here at the 2025 Mattioli Victorian Sprint Championships. You're watching Swimming Victoria's coverage of the 2025 Mattioli Victorian Sprint Championships, available both on KO and on Swimming Victoria's YouTube channel anywhere in the world, as Heat 1 is in the water, and a really strong start from Alexander from Yarra Plenty Waves in lane 2. He leads through the first 25 metres, with Austin, Tyler, Dash and Michael battling for second place. It is still Alexander who leads by half a body length over the rest of the field with 5 metres left to swim. And Alexander does take the heat out in a 29.00, Dash in second and Tyler in third.
Heat 2 off and racing. And it's very even across the field at the moment. The fast stroke rate is lane 3, Sydney Bartlett. He's ever so slightly ahead of the field at the moment, but finishing really strongly, Sebastian Bullen. It will be Sebastian with the better finish, 28.71, only 0.2 behind him at Sydney, 28.73.
As now we move along to heat 3. So Jeremy Watson in lane 9 after a really strong start, but in the centre of the pool now, it is Oliver and Anya who's now moved into the lead. So Oliver is extending his lead and is going to comfortably take heat 3 out here in a 27.25. Anyan in second and Durkin in third.
As heat number 4 hits the water, lane 4, Bill Wang staying under and capitalising on those underwaters. Lane number 1 having a great swim here, but challenging him now and coming through is lane number 5, Thomas Dufty. And it will be Thomas, 27.90. Second, Jesse Pratt, 28.02. And touching third there was Bill Wang.
So underway here in heat 5 of our boys 14 years 50 freestyle. Once again, lane 9 staying under the water the longest, Matthew Liu, but in the centre of the pool. In lane 4, Fredley Tomlinson off to a really strong start through the first 25, continuing through that 35 metre mark. He's leading. He's being challenged from either side of the pool, but it is all Freddie, and Freddie will take this heat out in a 27.17. Luca in second, and James Lane over in lane 1 in third.
Heat 6 off and racing. And all young boys here going stroke for stroke. Looks to be Daniel Wilkie in lane 2, just ahead at the moment as they start to come under the flags. Damien and Hugh next to him. It will be Damien 27.52, Daniel 27.55. And touching third there was Parker.
As we're now moving on to our seeded heats for the boys 14 years 50 metre freestyle with heat 7 on the blocks. Staying underwater a long time in lane 5 is Christopher Lee, and he does use that underwater to his advantage. Him and Alfie lead through the first 25 metres. Also swimming really strongly in lane 7 is Gabrielle Wong. Those three are just ahead of the rest of the boys, but with 5 metres left to go, it is all Alfie Conterno who takes down a 27.08. Christopher Lee in third and Gabrielle Wong in... So Christopher Lee in second and Gabrielle in third.
As we head now to heat number 8 on the blocks. Having a really great start there is lane 4, Julian Birch. And he's half a body length ahead of the rest of the field at the moment. But it is anyone's behind him for those minor placings in this heat. But he's led right from start to finish. Julian Bird, 25.07. Great heat swim. 26.31 was Coe second there, and third was Jordan Silva.
As we now move on to our 9th and final heat of the boys' 14 years 50-metre freestyle. So in lane 4, Liam Paulson off to a nice strong start. He's just ahead of William in lane 5. So those two have started to clear out a little bit from the rest of the field with 15 metres left to swim. It is all Liam Paulson though. He's pulled out a half body length lead over the rest of the field, looking nice and comfortable here in heat 9 and takes that in a 26.06. Lewis getting the touch for second with William in third. So that concludes the action for our boys 14 years 50-metre freestyle. We have a swim off, but down behind the blocks in our 50-metre butterfly for our 12-year-old girls between Lauren and Madison. So Lauren in lane 4, Madison in lane 5. And through that first 25 metres, there's nothing separating them. It is Madison who's pulled out to a slight lead with 15 metres left to swim. Lauren's trying to respond, and it's all going to be about getting that hand on the wall on a full stroke. And Madison does that to take out the swim off in a 31.57 ahead of Lauren. So that concludes the individual action of this morning's session. We're now going to move on to our relay events. Our first relay event on the program is event 82, the mixed 12 and under 200 metre freestyle relay. We have 3 heats. Behind the blocks is heat 1. So with these mixed relays, each team is allowed to have 2 males and 2 females. They can swim in whatever order, however they like. So we'll see lots of different tactics going on and lots of action across the field as heat 1 is now on the blocks. These are all timed finals.
Heat 1 now off and racing. As Nick just mentioned, some tactics coming into play in these mixed relays. Some clubs starting off with females, others starting off with males. But really, when you're 12 years old and under, it's all pretty even in the end.
It's all about the fun at this stage, isn't it?
Definitely. And leading through this first 50 is lane 7, PLC. They've got a Swifty lead on the rest of the field at the moment.
Yeah, so PLC off to a really strong start. I reckon they've decided to go fastest at the front of their relay. Led off with a female, now changing over to a male and leading by 5 metres over the rest of the field with Ivanhoe Swim and Wangaratta in second and third. At the 100 metre exchange, it is all PLC who lead through in a 102.99. Ivanhoe Swim in second. Wangaratta in third. And we'll see if PLC can hold on. They definitely had their two tallest athletes first.
They definitely did. It was their two fastest. They've gone with the fast approach up front. And now we start to see a couple of other clubs making their way through. Ivanhoe Swim, Wangaratta, and South Gippsland Bass. They're starting to make their move as we come into our final 50 metres.
So PLC does maintain that lead at that last exchange, but that centre of the pool is coming really strong here. But they've responded. PLC have responded in this third leg, but starting to fly now is D5. So D5's challenging for the minor places here. PLC looks like they've done enough to hold on and take out this opening heat of the mixed 12 and under freestyle relay. Nicely done from PLC. 2:11.10. D5 in second. And close battle for our country clubs with Wangaratta getting the touch for third.
To heat 2. Looks like is it Geelong that has come out in Camberwell Grammar come out in front.
So it is the centre of the pool, Camberwell and DVE, who lead through the first 25. Also swimming strongly in lane 2 is Cardinia. So they're going to be our early leaders in the opening 50 here in heat 2 of our 12 and under mixed 4x freestyle relay. At the first exchange, it will be Campbell who lead from DVE, Cardinia in third, and a nice tight battle for the minor places behind.
It's a real battle in the middle of the pool at the moment between DVE and Camberwell. They are our leaders. Cardinia starting to come through over there in lane number 2. As we start to head down to the 100-metre mark. Again, different tactics. Some have got boys in the water, some have got girls in the water.
Well, that was a nice exchange for Camberwell, taking that lead, body length now.
So it still is our 3 leaders from the first 50 who are maintaining their lead in this third leg. But Campbell slowly starting to extend over DVE, with Cardinia maintaining their hold on third place. So, and that final exchange, it is Campbell Grammar who lead, DVE Aquatic in second, Cardinia in third. A reminder, these are time finals, so this heat's trying to put a time on the board for the third and final heat to chase. And DVE is finishing very strongly here in heat 2. Flying home in this last 50 to take the lead ahead of Camberwell. So it will be DVE who's going to set the time to beat for our third and final heat, which are readying themselves behind the blocks. DVE take it out in a 2:03.71. Camberwell in second, and Warrigal coming into third place in that final 50. So 2:03.71. That is the time to beat for our third time final of our mixed 12 and under 200 freestyle relay. Once again, seeing lots of different combinations of athletes at either end of the pool here.
Does look like Camberwell got disqualified in that heat.
So medals are on the line here. Unlike our individual events, which have got finals tomorrow morning, these relay events are time finals here on for our Saturday morning session.
And away and racing.
South Gippsland Bass off to a really strong start in this opening leg. Also swimming strongly in the centre of the pool are Nuttawading and Melbourne Swimming Club. So they're going to be the three teams in the lead through this opening 50, but it will be South Gippsland Bass who lead through in a 26.99, Melbourne in second, Nuttawading in third. So it does look like South Gippsland Bass has used that early speed to their advantage to pop up in the lead and are trying to maintain that through this second leg. But now here comes Nuttawading, who have taken over the lead. South Gippsland Bass holding on to second place, with Melbourne in a tight battle with Surrey Park for third. Nuttawading lead. South Gippsland Bass remain in second place. Melbourne in third. Surrey Park, with a great exchange, has now come up and moved into second place just on that changeover.
It is all Nuttawading at the moment. Chasing them hard is Surrey Park and Melbourne Swimming Club for those minor medals. Nuttawading really strong through that second and third leg, and they have put themselves in a really great position to take out the win here. But Surrey Park had an absolutely great changeover, and they look to lead slightly over Melbourne Swimming Club. That'll be a great battle on our hands for second and third there, but it is all Nuttawading. They will take out this final heat of our mixed 12 and under 50 metre freestyle. 154.01 there for Nuttawading in second. Melbourne Swimming Club and Surrey Park taking out third place. That wraps up our mixed 12 and under 200 metre freestyle relay as we move on to our mixed 13 and 14 200 metre freestyle relay. Again, mixing the girls and boys together, 2 girls, 2 boys in each team. We have 3 timed finals this afternoon.
It definitely looks like our 12 and under athletes were organised and excited about their relays, and we're all set and ready to go. Our 13 and 14-year-old athletes just finding their way behind the blocks here in this opening heat. We have had an absolutely fantastic morning of action here at the 2025 Mattioli Victorian Sprint Championships for our 14 and under athletes. So a lot of them will have been progressing to tomorrow's final session, which they'll be joined from our 15-plus-year-olds who will be in action this afternoon for our final session tomorrow. We're up to our final event of the morning session now, behind the blocks, getting themselves ready, being this mixed 13-14 200 metre freestyle relay.
We are running slightly ahead of time from our timeline here, so I think we're just getting our teams together for our last event of this morning's session, and we are away and racing. All 3 teams: Oasis Otters in lane 3, South Gippsland Bass in lane 4, and Westbourne Swim Club in lane 5.
And neck down this opening 50 between all 3 of the teams. Westbourne is now starting to extend their lead in this final 15 metres of this opening leg. So it will be Westbourne who lead ahead of South Gippsland Bass, with Oasis Otters sitting in third place, all within half a second through this opening first 50.
Still looks pretty neck and neck on, at this 75 metre mark. Got Westbourne slightly in front. We'll see how this third exchange goes.
So Westbourne aren't giving up their lead. They've actually extended it out to a body length at the end of that second leg, ahead of South Gippsland Bass, Oasis Otters in third. So Westbourne, a body length clear of South Gippsland Bass. Oasis Otters sitting in third place as we're halfway through this third leg of our 13-14 mixed 200 freestyle relay.
Westbourne really capitalising on their third swimmer there, but coming up beside them now, Oasis Otters, and it is still neck and neck there between, the South Gippsland Bass and Westbourne. They are putting on a show here.
Here comes South Gippsland Bass in this final 50. They've stormed into the lead and extended out to almost a body length lead. So South Gippsland Bass obviously held their speed back towards the end of this relay, and they're going to take this opening heat out of the 13-14 200 freestyle relay in a 2:02.79. Westbourne in second, Oasis Otters in third. And just like all our swimmers are nice and fast, our swimmers in the remaining heats seem to have managed to get themselves organised in that 2 minutes and are all ready to go. So we now have heat 2 behind the blocks. Heat 2 of 3 of our time final of our mixed 13-14 200 metre freestyle relay. So that time of 2:02.79 from South Gippsland Bass. That is currently the time to beat. So a reminder, these are time finals for our relays events. That means the fastest time from today will be taking home the state title. As we're now ready for action here in Heat 2.
And off we go for heat number 2, and it is Ringwood Swimming Club that have had a great start there in lane number 8, along with Traralgon and Northwest Aquatic, putting their boys up first.
Yeah, so the action's definitely on this side of the pool in the opening 50. Traralgon leads through in a 27.25. Head of Ringwood and Northwest Aquatic in third, and Swimland in fourth. So all the action is on this side of the pool in the opening 50. Traralgon continue to hold their lead, but it is starting to tighten up for the minor places down this second 50. So Traralgon are well clear. Northwest Aquatic have now moved into second place, with Yarra Plenty in third. So through the 100 metre mark, it is Traralgon, Yarra Plenty in second, Northwest Aquatic now in third. So Traralgon, our early leaders, have maintained their lead over the competition through the 100 metre mark. Yarra Plenty is now in second, and starting to make a strong move is our South Gippsland Bass 18 in lane 3.
Yes, Traralgon have taken the lead from start to finish, coming through nicely though in lane 3, South Gippsland Bass, and not far behind Yarra Plenty. So we'll see what these teams can bring in this last 50. Yarra Plenty definitely coming through strong. Traralgon trying ever so hardly to hold on, but Yarra Plenty look to see the stronger team at the moment. As they come under the flags, it will be Yarra Plenty in a time of 1:55.21. South Gippsland Bass touching second, and Traralgon third in our second timed final.
So Yarra Plenty Waves in that hot seat with a 1:55.21 as heat 3, our time final 3, our third and final heat of the mixed 13-14 200 metre freestyle relay is now in the water. Does look like a bit more of a uniform decision here to lead off with the male athletes. And it is in the centre of the pool in lane 5. Melbourne Swimming Club off to the early lead. So Melbourne Swimming Club A team are going to lead through this first 50 metres. So they come underneath the flags and make the exchange in a swift 25-1-1. Surrey Park in second and MLC in third. So Melbourne are trying to get away and be forgotten about out the front here. But a nice, strong second leg from Nuttawading is closing the distance down, and Surrey Park aren't going away either. So it's all, those three teams are within a body length at the halfway exchange. It is Melbourne from Nuttawading, Surrey Park in third.
And the relay changeovers from Melbourne Swimming Club, they're absolutely exceptional. Nuttawading trying to chase them down, as well as Surrey Park in lane 2 over there.
They did have boys going first, and now the girls are following, and we're changing over to our last swimmers.
So the only team that has a male on the last swimmer is Melbourne Swimming Club B. So I do expect them to move up a little bit in this last leg. But it is the Melbourne Swimming Club A team who are trying to hold on Nuttawading's charge in this final 50. Melbourne Swimming Club A are leading by a body length, but Nuttawading is closing that margin down. The battle for third is very tight between Surrey Park and MLC Aquatic, but it will be Melbourne Swimming Club who take it out. Nuttawading in second with MLC Aquatic in third. And just before we finish the action of this morning's session, we have one final swim off behind the blocks at the 50-metre start end. So just when you thought the action was all done, we're throwing one more swim off at you to conclude session 1 of the 2025 Mattioli Victorian Sprint Championships. Just waiting for us to get confirmation of our athletes. Does look like it's a Surrey Park athlete against a Campbell Grammar athlete. Just waiting for referee's clearance on the previous event before we move along to our final swim off of this morning's action.
Gary, what's our timing look like for the swim off? Christian now.
Well, listening in, we might even get an extra swim off. Just hearing some talk on pool deck, we might have more than one swim off. We might have swim offs aplenty here to conclude the action of session 1 of the 2025 Victorian Sprint Championships, proudly presented by Swim Victoria's major partner, Mattioli. So we do have Christian Marks and Thomas Poppins in 50 freestyle. But no, we're changing that up. We're actually going to Douglas Lee and Sean Wang, and that's the correct club. So that might be our preview of what's happening later, but it is our 50 freestyle swim off for our 12-year-old boys between Douglas in 4 and Sean in 5. And it is Douglas who pops up in the lead through the first 15-metre mark. He's just in his training bathers, but that does not seem to have affected his speed through that first 25-metre mark as he's holding on to a slight lead. But with 15 metres to go, Sean Wang is coming right up alongside him. Are we headed for another dead heat between these two athletes? Douglas slightly ahead and does get the touch in a 28.34, just 0.12 of a second ahead of Sean for our swim off of our 12-year-old boys in the 50 freestyle. So now we move along to the next swim off, which we saw their names of just before. This time it is the Nuttawading versus Ringwood battle. With Christian Marks in lane 4 and Thomas Poppins in lane 5. Again, this is in the freestyle for our 13-year-old boys. So Thomas Poppins has stayed underwater the longest, but they are side by side through this first 25. So with 25 metres left to swim, it is anyone's game here. Christian or Thomas. Thomas or Christian. It's stroke for stroke. It's all about timing your finish here, and they go to the wall together, and Thomas Poppins gets the touch by 4/100ths of a second over Christian.
What a race.
And that concludes this morning's session of the 2025 Mattioli Victorian Sprint Championships, and we look forward to you joining us again this afternoon for session 2. But bye for now.